Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to Comic Shop Conversations. It's spooky. It's Friday the 13th. Is everyone okay? Did everyone make it here? Everyone's
shit. It is Friday the 13th.
It's Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that explains a lot. Today was batshit crazy.
Oh no! Oh,
No.
you can't curse in the first 30 seconds. Oh well. No, I'm kidding.
You generally felt bad.
He's like, oh no, we're demonetized already.
the show.
Oh, yeah, stop the show. So wait, why was work bad?
It was just crazy. Oh, we'll talk about it later. But there's the news that we got while in Dallas.
There was lots of news. Oh,
Yeah.
more stuff coming down the pipeline.
That was final days of that.
Oh
So,
no!
yeah, fun times.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all right.
Well, it's going to make work harder for you. Just put more on your plate. So
Yes, starting next week. But yeah.
But chat, I hope that you guys are okay, and that I don't care too much about Kyle, but as long as chat and Josh are fine on Friday the 13th, we're good. But Kyle, did anything weird happen to you today?
No.
Oh,
Well,
No. It was a
I had,
perfect day. Yeah.
I had
perfect day.
I had an 80-something-year-old black lady tell me that she would like to find a white husband like me. So
That's
that
adorable.
Little does she know.
happened. I know. Surprise! I've got your boo-boo on.
Y'all perfect, honey.
Hey, Max, you're asking about us, but how are you, dude? Like, you had a mariachi parade going through your neighborhood.
Congratulations. Yeah. I'm surprised you're not out there with our correspondent on the street partying.
How exciting. I mean, it was such a great time. Just cultured people who just wanted to share their love of their mariachi music with the world. It was weird though, because they had the American flags, but they were upside down. So I think something happened where they must have put it up wrong or something.
Are they in distress?
I'm not sure, but their music was beautiful, and the food that they were cooking on the street smelled wonderful, and
I thought it was inventive too that since they didn't have piñatas, they just used people's cars. You know, that was fun.
That's smart.
Well, yeah. But then, you get to really, it's like the adult piñata. You really get to nail the heck out of that thing, right?
You smash it, and there might be candy, but you might be like, "Hey, man, I found an iPhone. Hey,
I found a laptop in here, man." Or like a wheel pops off, and you're like, "Oh, I've got a tire. Oh, I've got a wheel now.
We can burn it, man. It'll burn.
Yeah, look at that." So what these guys are alluding to is last night, in my area somewhere in Southern California, undisclosed area, there were I never thought that it would hit me, but sure enough, last night I was like, why are there like 3 helicopters flying over, and why are all the streets blocked off, and why are it was just chaos. I was witnessing a little bit of it on my way home from work, and I was like, oh no, please don't let this become a thing. And sure enough, it becomes a thing. Now, I don't know about you guys, and Kyle, you may be able to speak more to this because of your time in law enforcement, but I feel like protests never end well. Like everyone says, it's a peaceful protest, right? We're peacefully protesting. We're just showing that we want our voices to be heard, right? We're doing it peacefully and everything's fine. But it always ends in violence. It always ends in something happening, or the police being called, or some idiot who's drunk and hits another guy, and then it's like, oh, chaos, right? And that's exactly what happened last night. So I don't know. Do you have any?
No, thankfully, I got out literally November of 2018. So it was right before all hell broke loose, and thank God we had to train for it, but I never got to, unfortunately, experience it to where, you can just go out there and just crack some fucking skulls. I never got a chance to do that. I just did that in the jail. But yeah, I never. But yeah, they all generally right afterwards. It's cops are always being sued for beating the shit out of somebody or using rubber bullets on somebody or hitting somebody with something. It's like whatever.
Well, now that the Marines are down there, it's gonna get real weird, wet, and wild.
Yeah.
So, but excuse me. But yeah, so that was last night. Surprising that wasn't today, though. I figured it'd be on Friday the 13th, but I guess not. Oh well. But yeah, we're all safe here, so everything's good. And I'm glad to hear that you guys are okay on Friday the 13th as well.
Yeah.
So.
Can I share a Dallas story real quick?
Oh no.
Just because we're talking about mariachi music.
Oh, sure.
So our final day, Kyle.
Okay.
We have to check out of the Airbnb. We run and hit up Titan Comics one last time. And it's like, all right, let's go get some food, and then we got to drop these losers off at the airport.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
So we're looking for stuff, and then I was like, the place we were gonna go is like, bro, it's gonna take over 30 minutes. We don't have enough time. Let's go somewhere. And everyone was like, well, let's get Mexican food. So I found this little like taqueria, just like full on, like nothing there is in English. The staff barely speaks English. The menus are all in Spanish. So we get in there, sit down. Drew can't read it, and he's panicked, like whatever. But we're in there maybe like 15 to 20 minutes. And like we've sat down, we got our drink orders. They brought us our drink. We ordered food. We're waiting for our food. We got the chips. And Max is like, has this just been one song that's been really, really long? And I was like, nah, bro, this is just their music, man. This is what it sounds like.
Because it's just
yeah. It's like the Cantina song in Star Wars. All right, same song.
Yeah, it's just the trumpet and it is.
It's feel good.
It feels
music,
like a fever dream.
No, it feels like music. Oh, it makes one it's like I'm happy to be here.
It sounds like it's just over and over again. It's like
it's
like Chinese water torture where the drip is just like on your forehead
right
and
there.
You're like, God.
Yeah, it was just like the 30 seconds of processing and the looking around. And I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? And then
I could swear it's been the same song. Oh man. Well, to start the evening off right, we've got Lord Tatman for $5. Dude, thank you so much for the 5. He says, hey, what's up? What's up, man? Good to see you. Thank you. What's up? Yeah. Thank you so much for the 5, brother. What is up with you? What's up with us is I mean, it was an interesting week of comics. Good. There's some good stuff, some bad stuff, but yeah, overall, I think we're excited about the show. What else is up? You guys reading anything? Reading anything new? Any new books that have come across your way that you're like, oh yeah, I read this? Or Kyle, I think last week you were talking about you were reading some Stephen King stuff, or
yeah, I was getting back into Stephen King. No, I haven't had a lot of time this week to read anything else. Really, yeah.
Your son's reading Batman though. That's pretty cool.
Oh, he's
that's what's up.
Batman and Spider-Man. I've been showing him the old 1968 animated Spider-Man.
Ooh, wow. Oh my gosh.
He loves that shit. But he wants to watch the same episode over and over and over again. So it's just the same exact episode over. We've only watched one episode, and it's that one episode.
Well, if you show him another one, he might actually like it. Like there might be more than one episode then.
Well, I mean, he's gonna have that memory for the rest of his life, though.
Oh yeah,
like he's gonna be like, I feel like I've seen this before, Dad. And you're gonna be like, well, yeah, because you watched it 20,000 times when you were like,
20,000 times.
Yeah,
Spider-Man. Does whatever a spider can. Oh yeah, he's obsessed.
Love it.
You gotta get him the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends episodes.
I haven't tried that yet. I did try the 90s animated Spider-Man. That's a little too much. I think there's too much going on. So the 60s is a little more toned down. So yeah, Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, I could probably try that.
You need to find the Spider-Man the animated series where they have Punisher. That's that's a good one. Well, Mr. Lord Tatman, Lord Duke Tatman of Wellington III himself. Thank you for the $5, sir. This one's for you.
I bid you stand! Stand of the West!
And thank you guys so much for your comments in the chat. We've got MG, Dominic, we've got Jamin D, Kaiser, World at War Comics, Jack Frost, and we even have Chris in the chat. Good to see everyone. And our man Ezekiel, what's happening, brother? We've got Soul Assassin here as well. What's happening, Soul? Great to see you. I like the avatar. Got the American flag bandana, rocking it proud. Capital Video himself. And Josh is in the chat. Look at this. So,
Nice.
yeah, love it. But so before we even started, MG was in here talking about Absolute Buttman. He was talking about Bane. Dominic was also talking about the Absolute books. Got some great conversation in the chat about some of the comics that came out this week. So we're about to touch on that in just a little bit. We've got Jack Frost talking about Vinland Saga. So Kyle, this is manga. So if you want to just kind of tune out for a little bit. No, Jack, I read the first 2 volumes of Vinland Saga, not the deluxe ones, but like the tankobons, and they're rad, dude. They are super good. So I may have to get into this, or I may wait until the story is completely over. But Vinland Saga is one that's like pretty hardcore. I really like the art in that too. Let's see. There was something else. Oh, Capital Video had said, just watch Max's comic review. Sorry, bud, you're wrong about Supergirl. It was not written by a woman. Wait a second. But I thought that so if we go to the League of Comic Geeks, isn't Sophie Campbell a woman? I know Tamara Bonvillain, I think, is I think they're
By that picture, I'm assuming it's a dude.
Yeah, but Sophie, that I don't know. I mean, it very well could be a man.
Why does that look like a picture taken on a flip phone in like the early 2000s?
It does look like a Facebook profile photo, huh?
What the fuck?
From the early, or like a MySpace profile photo.
Yes,
yeah.
100%.
I don't know. Either way, though, I mean, this book was pretty atrocious. We'll talk about this a little bit later, but yeah, no, I fully thought that this was a woman.
I thought, hey, I don't know.
But that's
what
the
is
thing,
a
you
woman?
don't know anymore.
What's a woman?
Right? That's a good question.
Dude,
funny enough. Oh, go ahead.
I want to know how old that photo is, because Sophie Campbell. Oh, yep, Sophie Campbell is trans.
Oh, okay. Well, then there you go.
And 45 years old. So.
Oh.
Whoa! So that photo is like 30 years old.
Yep. Hot diggity dog.
Wait, so it's a chick that's a dude now, or
I think it's a guy.
Yeah, trans female, so male to female.
All right, so it's a dude. Okay, got it.
Okay, sorry.
Jack Frost says, Kyle, you need to tune into Vinland Saga.
No, I never will. I
see, Jack, I think what Kyle's issue here is, and I don't know, Josh, you may have a similar issue. It's probably like if the book read normally from left to right, they'd probably read it. It's the fact that they have to read it right to left.
Because
like,
you know what? I can read Akira like a normal fucking comic book, and it's actually really good. So if you print your other dog shit like that, I might help try to read it.
Yeah, when I'm doing this, my whole entire body is like, no.
It's like, nope.
No.
You're
backwards,
the whole time.
No,
it's
stop. Backwards. No. You're reading the end. Stop. No.
Yeah, you just have to condition yourself to just flip it the other way.
No.
It's all good. It's like shifting. Never mind. I was like shifting from one side to the other.
Now I could read digitally, because then if I do that, I don't have to worry about it.
Oh, there you go. Then you can swipe Well, would you have to swipe the other way?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I don't know. Soul Assassin says, I saw Titan Comics is releasing a Conan collection that looks dope. Dude, they've been releasing like all of the omnibuses
Omnibuy.
Wow.
that have been released from Marvel that have been out of print for like decades, or I don't know about decades, but years. That are like $300, $400, $500 to get a first print of one of those. Titan's re-releasing them all. So, dude, Titan's they are. I want to say they're saving the industry, but really they're just saving storytelling in general. Titan's doing what not a lot of
heroes for sure.
companies.
They're not getting the love they deserve.
No.
Not at all. Same thing with the Ghost Machine. I forget, maybe it was on your show, Josh, but like I think y'all were talking about Ghost Machine, and I always forget about them, not because they're bad, but just because they're never in the news, or like their stuff is not marketed well or talked about, and they need that word of mouth.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind everyone there is a problematic creator because they're
100%.
all conservative or have stood up for people that are,
White.
No, that's a good point.
The devil. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you are white and yeah. Speaking of, Sophie Campbell though on Supergirl and League of Comic Geeks, I think it's actually fairly appropriate that I bring up my review because so I put out a fairly this was a really, I think in my opinion, this is a very well thought out review, and I rated this book very high. I gave it a 4 stars out of 5 because I thought issue number 7 of Dark Patterns was very, very well done. And one of the things that I talked about was Hayden Sherman's panel layouts, and the illustrations from Hayden is just spectacular. Like comparatively to what he's doing over on Wonder Woman, to what he's doing on Batman Dark Patterns, it's like this fits his style so much more. So I put out this like really, really, what I think is like a well thought out review, scripted it and everything, and just one lone comment: Hayden Sherman is non-binary and goes by they them.
Fuck you, you piece of shit.
Sorry.
So I'm like, how do I even respond to this?
That null and voids everything you've said. Sorry, bro.
It's like, hey, great review, but you said him or his. So I was like, wow.
I love it.
Out of this wall of text where I'm like, the setting immediately establishes this really dark and serious tone, and Hayden Sherman's panel layouts are works of art. Hey, you bigot. It's they them. It's like, bro, come on. So I'm just not even going to respond because whoever this is wants me to say something, and I'm just not. But
it's like, hey,
that's
you want me
like
to immediately stop reading this book and say it's fucking terrible now because they them. There you go.
Actually, I add a comment.
Actually,
now it's the worst thing I've ever looked at in my entire life. The artwork sucks.
Yep.
Oh,
fuck
man.
That piece of shit.
It's like, thanks, dude. Appreciate you. I
don't care.
I'm still going to read the book.
Stand by my original statement. Everything I said.
Everything I literally said still holds true. The art is spectacular. The layouts are incredibly creative. Nothing's
He did a great job. Yep.
Thanks, bro. Yep. He did a great job.
He did a great job.
So, yeah, no, it's that's exactly what League of Comic Geeks is, and it's just like, it's perfect. Thank you. Well, it sucks. It's a nightmarish hellhole.
Yeah,
but that's exactly what it is. So
that's why. That's why those people right there are the reason why. Can't get out of your own way. Can't get a new readers. Can't have good storytelling. Can't do anything because you're trying to appease those pieces of shit right there. You can have an amazing story, do all this stuff. The second one thing it goes against what they believe. Fuck you. I'm going to discount everything you said. Bad faith.
That's what it is. And it's like, I gave that book a 4 out of 5 and a good review. And it's like, nope.
Doesn't
Sorry,
matter,
you
bro.
have to be corrected. I have to correct you.
Yep, and you have to
So-
apologize. And you know what? If you do apologize, guess what? Not gonna be good enough an apology for them. So
No.
fuck you.
Well, yeah, I wonder. I like. Does that person expect a response, and do they expect the response to be, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Thank you for educating
Correct.
me." Right?
Correct.
It's like I'm just not going to say anything, and I'm just going to keep reading the book. Sorry.
Wow.
Wow.
Wait,
wow.
Wait till my next review, buddy.
Oh boy. This guy's art rocks. He's
He
the
is-
best.
You need to capitalize. He is fantastic.
This man was granted powers of masculinity beyond my comprehension.
He is a fucking dude. He is a man.
He's-
All
he is
aspire to
the
be.
best male artist in all of the industry right now.
God.
Oh man. All right. Well, with that being said, I think it's time for us to get into some news because we don't have any show and tell this week, so I think we can just get right into the news. Not a whole lot going on in the news cycle that I could find, but something did come across my email yesterday morning that I think we'll talk about. So let's get into the news. And before we do that, let's answer some comments here. So Lord Tapman says, I heard Dark Patterns was good, but I'm just burnt out on Batman. I understand there were probably like 10 titles that came out that had some sort of Batman or Batman associated character with them this week. There are a lot of Batman titles, but I think Dark Patterns may be the best out of them. But we'll have that conversation later in the video. And then Cannoli, what's happening, Cannoli? Great to see you, man. He said MVP has talked me into checking out Dark Patterns. Well, the weird thing is that issue 1 and 2 are perfect. Issue 3 loses me hard. I didn't read 4, 5, and 6, but I'm picking back up on 7. So it's like
That's a recommend. There you go.
it's really good.
That is the most
But-
Rock and Robbie recommendation I've ever heard.
But it's a
Right.
Rocky Robbie recommendation, and if he can do it, I can do it. So there you have it. So,
Yep.
But even Capital Video says Dark Patterns is a proper Batman book.
It is. It reminds me of Legends of the Dark Knight.
Ooh,
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
which was
Mhm.
why that hasn't been collected into an omnibus.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I lost you. You said why that hasn't been collected into an omnibus?
We lost you. Where's your sound?
Oh,
Now you're
I was like, is
there,
it me
muted.
or is it?
My internet dropped. Sorry.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Okay. I was like,
But it's,
what? I started freaking out.
So it'll do it, and then like 15 seconds later, it gives me like your internet dropped.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, no, I was
Um,
saying the Legends. I don't understand why they haven't collected that run in an omnibus because
That's
it's
good,
got
yeah.
such. I mean, it's got some pretty prominent stories in there. So
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is a fun story of Batman being a detective, which
Yeah.
is fun
Yeah.
and exciting, and I love that.
and it has a creepy tone too. Dark
Very
Patterns.
creepy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, dude, that first issue when you find out who the villain is, and you're just like, what is this thing? It reminds you, or you know what we said? It reminds us exactly of 7.
Yes.
If you've ever watched
Yeah.
7, it's
Mhm.
creepy as all hell. And like the atmosphere and tone of that movie is just filthy. And
Mhm.
like the colors and the production design is just, it's perfect. And that's how that, like, those first 2 issues are just like amazing.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it feels
Wow.
like if Fincher did Batman.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So Dark Patterns really does do some pretty cool stuff. Dominic Mason, you read my mind. How did you know? Well, I said I got an email, and I think a lot of people may have also gotten this email. So getting into the news here. Yesterday morning, I received a email from this campaign. So I'm going to share the campaign so we can all see it. It's pretty rad. Kyle, Josh, have you guys seen this before? The Death Raider campaign? No?
No.
No. No. Never heard of her.
No.
So I forget how I had seen this, but $32,000, 720 backers, nothing to sneeze at, right? This is by Rob Hunter. He's been in the comic book industry for a while, but a lot of his stuff looked pretty rad, very 90s-esque, right? But he had a cover by John Malin. But it was about a Marine Corps Raider, which is like the special forces for the Marine Corps, and doing also like all this really rad work. These were some of the interior pages. So far, so good. Like I'm loving how this art looks. I thought the story was kind of like, pretty basic, but pretty rad. Always love me some Marine Corps stuff. Well, apparently this was the email that got sent out to all the backers. I did back this. I backed the digital, I think, color, and then I backed the physical black and white because I wanted to see the actual art, like black and white. Oh, Josh, did you want to?
I was going to say, I don't know the book, but I have seen this and I have thoughts.
Ooh, perfect. Then I'm going to let you go then once I read this. So this is not the email. Like I didn't put this on Twitter. So this is not mine. I just received the email and didn't really know what to think until I saw this hit Twitter and the Twitterverse went nuts. So this is from Rob Hunter from his campaign of the Death Raider comic. He says, Death Raider campaign was such a financial disaster. I pissed away my savings and 3 years of my life. I could have been doing anything else. Wow. Literally anything.
Fuck all you guys. Hey, you're all pieces of shit.
All right. That's a tough start. Okay.
God damn, bro. Okay.
Crowdfunding is nearly dead. My peers' campaign totals drop with every new release. Still going strong.
Okay.
I have left comic books for good and now have a very low paying job in manufacturing, which is still higher than was my livelihood crowdfunding, which was below the poverty line. Why should you care? The point of crowdfunding, in theory, is it covers my bills while I work and promote the project. That's a bold statement. This never happened. It was my savings and freelance work that carried Death Raider through the campaign. Yet I still want to deliver to the few fans that supported this amazing project. Where does that leave the book? Either I come to some sort of compromise with my debtors and the book ships in the fall of 2025, or it's bankruptcy and the printing and shipping funds are confiscated. So I don't think I'm going to have a book in a few months, but I could be wrong. So this is from Michael Bancroft. He tweeted this. Michael Bancroft is a excellent storyteller and great YouTuber. Friend of the show. I've been on his channel before. Really good dude. But he writes, kind of gobsmacked by this. There are thousands of creators in the indies crowdfunding their comics, and you could probably count those who raise enough money to pay their bills regularly from it on one hand, and even they have other sources of income. Just in case anyone else out there is laboring under this misapprehension, the funds you raise while crowdfunding are first and foremost for the production and shipping of the book. If after you've delivered and paid your taxes, you have any left over, you can then pay some bills with it. I thought this was common knowledge.
It is.
Yeah, with that being said, yeah, it should be. With that being said, I'll hand it over to you guys. What are y'all's thoughts after hearing all this?
Well, my guttural instinct is to say a word that I can't say because I'm not the right skin tone and go, you dumb as fuck. But I won't do that because I'm a classy individual.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't think anyone, unless you are maybe like retarded, goes into this thinking like, oh yeah, I'm going to crowdfund my book and that's going to pay my bills for the next 3 years. Like, if you look at crowdfunding that goes on, it's very clear that people struggle just to produce their book.
Yeah.
So why would you think it's anything other than that? Unless you're delusional, which clearly he is, and you think that you've got God's gift to the world, which clearly, I mean, it might be good, but you're not going to do that through crowdfunding. And I hate saying this, but the closest person who's gotten to that is Eric July.
Right.
But you know, and that is the exception to the rule, to the extreme, to the max.
Outlier. Because when you think of how many comic projects there are on Kickstarter and Indiegogo that we've probably never even heard of, those make a couple hundred, maybe $1,000 a campaign, right? Eric July is on a graph, it's like not even on the same page of the graph of an outlier, right? Most of that bell curve is like, so yeah, this is, I mean, I hate to see someone in financial debt or hate to see someone in this type of situation where they're like, I don't know what to do. My savings is gone. But at some point you got to go like, okay, so once you started pulling from savings, I feel like in the back of your mind, you're going like, damn, man, this ain't working. I got to get a job, right? I would think.
You would think. I think a problem with Rob is he got into the Comicsgate Kings because he was a seasoned vet. He worked for the big two. He gets in with the Graham Nolans, the EVSs, the John Malins, Shane Davis, these guys that are making six figures on their campaigns. And he just probably assumed, I'm going to get to that level. Obviously, I'm here with you guys. It's just that we all make six figures. That's what we do. And he didn't. And then he kind of felt probably a little bit like butthurt, like, well, it's not fair. How come this? And so now it's, well, then everybody sucks now. We're all failing. Everyone's failing. All losers. Okay.
Well, all my friends are losers. They're continuing to get lower and lower. Yeah.
Yeah, but you could also make the argument that everyone else kept working. Like, yeah, they did their crowdfunding in their books, but like EVS was actively doing covers for other people in their campaigns, and he was getting paid for that. He was actively running his YouTube channel and getting an income off. Like, he wasn't just doing the book. I mean,
promote. You're a businessman. You have to run the whole business. When you crowdfund, it's not just, I'm just going to sit and draw all day and people are just going to give me money. It's like, no, you have to promote this shit. You have to go out there, create a YouTube channel, have a presence, have some personality. You can't just sit and expect to get this money.
Well, also, like, where in the campaign does it say, hey, I'm paying for your, I'm providing your income? Like, no, it says I'm paying for the fucking book. Correct. So and that's the thing. It's $32,270. There's no reason you shouldn't have a book. And if you don't get a paycheck, you don't get a paycheck. Like, correct. Sorry, dude, pay your artist. Look, if I were to take Identities, the script that I'm working on, which is meant for television, I decided to take it and just do a comic version instead. And I was like, listen, because
cut out.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Continue. No, you're making a really good point. I agree 100%.
Yes, that exactly. I agree.
All right, it finally popped up. Sorry.
Right,
okay.
Good.
I would be like, I've got to have an excellent artist to do this. So my goal is to get as much money as possible for this artist. That would be the way I would approach it. I would approach it with this idea of I'm not going to make shit.
Yeah.
But I would get my product made. So.
Right.
And I think, sorry, go ahead, Kyle.
No, when I crowdfund my book, it's going to be all this upfront cost. We're going to pay for the upfront cost of making a fucking book. It's not, I can't wait to see how much money I'm going to make. It's like, no. I'm paying to create the book. All those things. It all costs money. And it's not cheap to make a fucking comic book. But you can make a pretty damn good comic for $32,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it a 20-page comic?
I actually don't know.
That's good. That's a good question. I'm not sure. 27 years comic book artist, team story, 72 pages of full color. Yeah, Death Raider Volume 1 is a perfect bound comic with 72 pages full color. Join Death and Anna on their cyberpunk fast-paced action adventure story set in the near future of 2032. Marsoc Marine Raider Staff Sergeant Cody Moore gains enhanced intelligence and knowledge when Moore is forced to destroy alien technology in the heat of a firefight.
Okay, sounds like a less
Yeah.
autistic your boy Zach.
I mean, I'm down with it. It's
Yeah.
sci-fi and Marine Corps, so I'm like, okay, that sounds cool. Salty says, I'm glad I didn't back that book. The art was decent, but the story didn't appeal to me. Way to burn backers. Yeah, dude, that's well, and that's what's tough about this is like, so I'll bring up another tweet here because there's been some salty taste or spicy takes here.
There should be. Fuck this guy. I mean, and it hurts all of Comicsgate at this point. You keep getting these fucking morons that they just
go like, you're
come in
paying
and
the
expect
bills.
everything done. Yeah, you're paying for my fucking electric bill, you asshole. And it's like, I can't eat now because of you. Fuck you guys. It's like, what?
It's like, wait a second.
Huh?
No. That's not how that works.
I don't think so.
And I think too, and just to relate this maybe even to YouTube, like I think as a YouTuber, especially even someone like at my size, like I have to recognize every single day I do this that it's funding my hobby, it's funding my passion, and it's fun. The money is going back into the hobby. If I were to expect to profit off of this, it would take me a decade, not starting from 4 years ago, a decade starting now, and then 10 years from now to maybe make a profit off of this. But for the most part, it's fun. I get to talk about my passion. And if it funds itself, if I can put the money I get right back into the show, perfect, right? So with crowdfunding, with YouTube, I don't expect it to be able to pay my bills. And I think that's the same thing with crowdfunding. So
absolutely.
Let's see. I think it was this one. So Hojo, HW Desper on Twitter, says, I rarely speak out, but this is egregious. It's tough to see both as a creator and a backer of indies. Stop insulting people's intelligence. This is complete financial mismanagement and bordering on theft.
Yeah.
Is
100%.
this theft?
Yes.
Because he did take my money, and if he doesn't produce a comic book and he's in debt, he just took my money, and I don't get anything.
100%.
So it's like, wait a second, I kind of paid for a book.
All my fucking money.
Where's the money, Lebowski?
Yeah. Fuck you, pay me. Oh, you have bills to pay? Fuck you, pay me. That's what it is.
Salty Draws says, you are entitled to absolutely nothing in this life. You have to work your ass off for everything. And we just lost Josh. But that's all right. We'll continue the show. He probably is figuring out his interwebs. Some people have it easier than others. I'm sorry to be so harsh, but this failure is on one person and one person only. It's on Rob 100%, not crowdfunding failing, not anything else. Your problems aren't the responsibility of anyone else. Your emotions aren't anyone's problem either. Rob just threw every single new creator under the bus here because he felt entitled, wanted to ride coattails, and didn't want to work hard for the unrealistic goals he set for himself. Wow. Yeah, these are
true.
Yeah.
And it's, and I was thinking about this, and I'm like, as far as crowdfunding, and as far as creating a book, being able to sell a book, being able to make a book, I think it is much easier for an artist to make a book than it is a writer. Like for me personally, if I could draw and illustrate my book, I could sell it much easier than me as a writer trying to explain my book to an illustrator to draw. It's like, you see that it's kind of a disconnect. I think for someone that can draw and really put stuff out there, they can really sell a book much easier. And so when you're able to do that, I just think that real initial hard work is kind of already done for you, because you put out amazing artwork. you can pretty much almost sell anything at that point. And at least it makes it much more easier to sell, as opposed to me trying to, hey, get this book. Like, here's my idea for a book. I think it'd be great. And people are kind of like, okay, I can kind of see it, but if I can show you, oh fuck, this book looks awesome. So someone like Rob, who can really sell this book with your art, and you barely got any pages done, and you weren't doing shit. I don't know what the fuck you were doing. You were making 72-page book, and you had like 10 done. Like, what the fuck you doing, man?
Yeah, that's brutal.
But that hard work is kind of done for you, and so you can help promote it. But your art is what's promoting the book. You can, you could barely speak, but your art kind of speaks for itself. So I don't know.
I gotta say that now that I look back at the comics that I've backed before, even if I didn't know who the creator was, the ones that I tended to back were the ones from artists promoting their art and saying, hey, do you like this commission I did? Well, here's an entire book of my project called this, right? And then you back the Kickstarter. That 18-year-old kid who did the book Amrock, who has the David Finch cover, like that's one of them, who he was like showing his art off, and it looks like impeccable. Like it looks fantastic. And he's like 18, 19 years old. And I was like, dude, a young talent. Yeah, I'm going to support this kid. Right. But he was showing off his art, and that's how I found him. He wasn't like, here's my idea. You pan into,
right.
It's just like,
here's a script. Read the script and let me know what you think, guys. It's like, no. I have to rely on Shane Connery Volk, Lucio Perillo, Jonathan Marks Vecchia, all these other guys. Like, hey, I'm going to pay you all a shit ton of fucking money. You sell my book for me, as opposed to me being like, I can do that myself with my own art.
Yeah. Salty says the guy made 10,000 more than Bosch Foston's Pigman campaign, and Bosch is an infinitely more talented artist. Sorry, I had a stroke there.
Say that word one more time, Max.
Infinitely more talented artist.
Good job, buddy.
The day later, apparently Rob hasn't considered getting the book printed before filing for bankruptcy. He's like, if I'll draw it and then I'll do this, and then it's like, yeah, but you still have to print it, and then you have to make proofs, and those proofs will cost something, and then you print the rest of the run, and then once you ship it, and he's like, oh my god,
oh fuck me,
what if he does a crowdfunding for shipment and printing? He's like, the book is done, the pages are done, now it just needs to be printed.
Ship it to you guys. I'm just sorry, I just can't do it.
Sorry.
You know what? If he does, anyone that backs it, that's on them.
100%.
99% of what you provide will go to my income, and
my bills
will go to printing the book.
Woo! Speaking of paying those bills, we've got Kaiser Jose coming in for 420. Blaze it, dude. 420, my man. Thank you, sir. He goes, you guys look fabulous today. That is all. Well, thank you, Kaiser.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, is it Kyle's light blue hoodie? Is it Josh's, nice glasses? His that I don't know. We both have black shirts on, so I was like, I can't say your black shirt.
Wow,
it's classic.
Oh, well. But no, Kaiser, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the 420 Blaze It, sir. And this one's for you.
Here's to feeling good all the time.
This is so yeah, all that being said, yeah, Kaiser, we appreciate you, brother. And yeah, I'm super glad that you're about to get your hands on some really cool stuff, because I think you got Kyle's books, some of Drew's books. Josh, I think you had gotten some cool stuff. So yeah, Kaiser's gonna be set. But Chris says EVS had him on all the time. I didn't even realize this.
He was on the shows, but I just never paid attention to the fucking guy. I didn't know who he was.
He's
He's just one of those
on
guys.
Screen.
Would rarely talk, and I'm just like, all right, it's guy number 3. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Like, I don't care who this guy is.
Oh boy. Salty says too many crayons, not enough tail. Max is backed up and flustered. Salty, I need to go to one of those massage parlors, if you know what I'm talking about. You know, just to clear my head a little bit. But yeah, no, all the crayons are in Los Angeles. They had pallets of them for the Marines to get there. So too late for a refund, the day later says.
So close. Damn.
Oh, dang it. I wonder if I could still, like, hey, buddy, like, could I get my money back? Or is that not a...
Maybe?
You can. Yeah. You have to go through your bank, but yeah, you can.
Ooh, Josh. All right. I'm finding the workarounds. I like it. So, any other...
So I'm just like, you got to feel like the biggest piece of shit on the fucking world. Like, how do you say that? Like, I just, I can't. How do you do that?
I think it comes from a place of frustration of your failings, your mishandling of your money, and not wanting to just say like, I fucked up. You know what I mean? And I'm sure the guy feels bad, but
based on that email, I would say no. He's blaming crowdfunding.
He's blaming us.
Yeah, he's blaming all the other Comicsgate kings for his misfortunes, and it's not fair.
Here's some more quotes. He says, or this is actually John Malin. He says, Bancroft is correct. Paying your bills is not the point of crowdfunding. It's to bring your creative vision into the world. Most do other jobs while crowdfunding. Only a handful have money left over.
Right. And just because you are who you are is no guarantee of success.
No.
Look at Fearsome that EVS put out. That book didn't do shit. And he knew that. And he knew that wasn't going to make Cyberfrog money. It's like, look at Aaron Lepresti with Kit Carter, all these things that it's like, you want to go out there and you want to try something different. And then you kind of get course corrected and be like, oh, okay, the people didn't want that. That's perfectly fine. And so you pivot. And people, it's like Rob could have been like, hey, I think this story's great. It goes out there, makes shit, and be like, okay, never mind. But I have another idea. Let's try to pitch this and see if this will work. Let me get this book out. If I have to cut pages, whatever the fuck I have to do to get it printed, ship it out, get it done so that I can start on something else to pivot. You could do that as opposed to being like, no, I'm going to fucking die on this hill that's made out of sand.
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
Yeah. Well, anything else we want to talk about with this? I think we've covered it for the most part, but getting this yesterday morning, getting the email, I think, it was yesterday morning. I really didn't know what to think. I was like, this, I think, out of all the campaigns I've backed, this is the first time that I came to the realization, like, oh, I just completely lost money on this. Like, I'm not getting anything. Like,
you got scammed. Like, this is legitimately a scam at this point.
Yeah. No.
So,
I'm still praying for Dan Fraga to do something. I'm still not hoping for Dan. Even if we get the book, I still think it might be a scam. It might be. I honestly have no idea, and it could be 10 years from now. I honestly don't know.
Yeah,
you guys are way more patient than I am.
So. Once we get it, I mean, are we just going to be like, here it is? Like, it exists. It is a thing, Yep.
So. All 8 pages. Oh yeah.
Oh my god. I wonder if he would just be like, you know what? I'm done. I'm tired. Whatever.
It's just cuts off. It's just like page 11 or 12. Yeah. It's just like not even a full whatever.
Or it's
still
like right in the middle
of a live book.
Yeah. Or he cuts it off in the middle of a double splash page so you don't see the second half of the other one.
Yeah.
So
I do want to highlight, because I've seen this. MG said Rob supposedly sent the book to the printer in January, 100% a scam. So here's the deal. If that is true, then
wow,
the people holding the book are the printers. They're saying we'll give you this when you give us our money.
Interesting.
And you know what they have? Well, that or we'll print it when you give us the money. So that could very easily be one thing, or he never actually sent it, which is a whole different issue. And if that's the case, it's like, well, have you finished the book? And if not, but I think regardless, he's made it clear he spent that money for things other than the book.
Yep.
Yeah. And I think that's the tough part, is that knowing that the money went just directly to like Carl's Jr. or something. It's like, yeah, I mean, sure, if it's paying his bills or whatever, like if he's got extra afterwards, I'm totally fine. But we are backing the book, so
yeah. Also, I want to level set, just because this isn't just a crowdfunding thing. I know multiple writers that write for the big two, and that will consistently be writing 2 to 3 books at a time on a semi-regular basis, and a lot of them have other jobs. I mean, and it's one of those things that I will say, do they necessarily need it in that moment? No. But, I mean, we've seen that the comic book industry is not guaranteed. So a lot of them are smart enough to go, okay, I need to keep some source of steady income because I'm going to hit some ebbs and flows. But,
well, I mean, if you look at the Marvel page rates right now for a writer, I mean, for an illustrator, it's abysmal, but for a writer, it's like you have to have a full-time job. Like if you don't have a full-time job, not only is it below the poverty line, it's like you would have to be living in an apartment in Los Angeles with like 8 other writers and actors to try and like pay a bit of your rent living off of ramen. Like those page rates for writers at Marvel and DC are some of the lowest I've ever seen in history. It's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah. I know we keep bringing this up, but like I was sitting here thinking, I'm like, these guys that want to do this and you want to crowdfund and this is your job, you need to know how to run a business. You need to understand what that means. And it's very unfortunate that you have a dipshit like Eric July that has the platform, that has the backers, that has the things. Like if he legitimately was who he thinks he is, and he actually was successful in doing it, and he could get out there and really explain, hey, this is how I started it. This is how I started my business. This is how, when you get funds, you got to worry about your taxes. You got to do this, set up a business checking, business savings, put a percentage in. Like, this is what you have. Like, live off of this amount of money. Like, because I think some of these guys, like, if they do work for the big two, like, they're not used to being like, no, this is your fucking business. Like, you have to treat it as such. It's not, oh, I got an influx of $30,000 cash, I'm rich. It's like, no, you're not. You have nothing. And it's like to have somebody to help explain that to some of these guys could probably go a long way. But instead, you got fucking morons that unfortunately can't teach you shit.
Well, and I haven't watched his Bidnit channel, right? His business channel. But I will say that, like you said, Kyle. Oh,
are we talking about Eric or are we talking about Rob?
Eric.
Okay, I thought Rob had a business channel. I was like,
oh my God. I was about to say,
now.
If that's the case,
let's go.
It's like, so first rule of business: take care of yourself first. Like
pay all your bills first.
Yeah, your overhead costs are just your bills. Okay, so when you're filling out your balance sheet, you make sure that but speaking of a balance sheet, like the bottom line is like I think that realistically a lot of people don't know what goes into making a comic, and they don't realize how like effing hard it is. Like how much goes into making a comic will make you so frustrated because you're like, oh my God, I didn't even think of that. Like I would have no idea that is the case. And there's no one that says like, here's your standard operating procedures, step-by-step process. In the Marine Corps is great because we always had a step-by-step process for everything, standard operating procedures across the board. So if you didn't know what to do, you could look in the rule book or the handbook and there'd be a step-by-step breakdown of how to clean your weapon or how to execute an order or whatever it was, right? Step-by-step processes. And for crowdfunding comics, there just isn't that. You're in a creative field where hundreds of different people are going to do it a lot of different ways. But as you said, it needs to be a business. Sorry, go ahead.
With Rob in particular, though, he's got people who have managed to do this successfully more than once.
Mhm.
Yeah.
At some point, he should have asked for help.
Totally.
But you got to get your
thing
away, and unfortunately, a lot of people that work in this industry, they can't. Like, eat all they have. So,
yeah,
agreed.
Once the shoulders are good, then we can start talking business.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, MG says this is BS and it needs to be called out because we paid for the book, not his bills for 3 years, right? And that's a good point. So
as everybody, that's the whole point of crowdfunding. I'm paying for a fucking comic book.
Yeah.
Not your
product
light bill,
that you are
jackass.
offering. Yeah. Fiend says, or Rainbow the Brute. You know what's I'm very thankful I never backed Rainbow the Brute just because the concept never gripped me like Cyberfrog did. I love the world and the environment and the characters of Cyberfrog so much so that I bought that Salamandroid like companion piece book. And the artwork in those is just brilliant. But for Rainbow, I just kind of was like, nah, it's not for me.
I know what's going to get done. I see, and Ethan has built up that where I'm just like, it's going to get done. I backed it. Of course I did. So like, it'll be there. I don't really give a shit. It's like, it'll be done when it gets done.
Yeah.
How many? It's on 3 years right now.
I know.
And I don't mean to say that as like, wait, it's 3 years. I am legitimately like, is it 3 years or is it 4?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because that's what I thought as well.
But I think there does, unfortunately, no, I didn't mean to cut you off, but there has to be a level of expectation for amount of time. I know artists are very out there, and it's like, no, I don't like deadlines, and I like to do my own thing. It's like, okay, but you need an editor saying, I want these fucking pages by this date at this time. Get this shit to me. Like, you can't just do it whenever you fucking want to. Like, but I have to spend the time on this, and it looks great. It's like, sure it does, but can you do it a little bit fucking faster? Absolutely. Will it look just as good? Yes, I guarantee you it will. So just get your fucking shit in.
Yeah, and then it turns into like, oh, I'm gonna have to be a little late with these pages. Like, I needed money, so I had to take another art gig.
Yep.
Like,
I'm up now. I got started something another project. It's more important. It's gonna take up more of my time.
Yep.
Well, that's what happened with Dillard. Because Dillard wasn't getting paid by Yellow Flash, and so he was like, I have to do this other project to get money in because I don't have an income. Yep. So then Yellow Flash's book kept getting pushed and pushed and pushed. These aren't my words. This is Dillard on his live stream. He said that Yellow Flash's book kept getting pushed back because he was doing all these other projects so he could have some income to pay his family. And I don't mean to laugh at that as like, oh, that's dumb. I laugh at that because I'm like, that's ridiculous. Like, that's so sad. Why would that ever be the thing you have to do? So, oh well. Soul says, could be worse, Max. Could be like George R. R. Martin and wait years. Oh, dude.
That
Winds
fat
of Winter
gonna be dead before that book comes out.
Yeah.
And he doesn't even want anyone else to touch it. Like,
well,
he could
You know what's gonna happen? He's gonna die, and then miraculously they're gonna find that it actually was finished.
Oh,
for years,
some other guys writing,
like 5 years ago.
Yeah. No, trust us, it was finished.
Definitely finished.
Definitely.
Yeah,
100%.
Salty Traveling Sea for $5. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate the $5. Huge ups to Salty. He says, not to be that guy here, but there are now many, many great indie titles, Ghost Machine, Mad Cave, Conan, at $4 to $5 a title, not $25 plus $10 shipping. Dude, 100%.
Be that guy, Salty. Be that guy.
No, be that guy. Yeah. And they're coming out every month. Not only are they indies and they're, $4 to $5, but they're indies $4 to $5 and they're monthly. Now, Conan has had a setback because of Diamond, and Titan is now releasing through a different publisher or distributor. But now that they're back on schedule, it's like, dude, $4 for a Conan book that looks this damn good. I mean, come on.
And that's better than 99.99% of all of comics. So
Oh
Yeah.
God, yeah. Not even mainstream. Well, it's better than mainstream in
everything, everything you can think of.
We also have to look at the history of crowdfunding. Like, it really kind of took off and became its own thing with Comicsgate. But we have to keep in mind Comicsgate happened because publishers fired these guys for things other than behavior, conduct, their work. Like, so when you first started with crowdfunding, it was more of a like, let's support these people, they deserve it because they've been screwed, right?
Yeah.
And they were actual professionals. And then you moved into this like transformation of crowdfunding to be like, oh, the big two, they're getting us a bunch of shit and nothing's good. No, it's woke, blah, 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 blah. We're going to do like real stuff that isn't woke, with this idea or impression that it was going to be good. And then I would say like 80% of it hasn't been good. But you have people, and I'm going to go to Salty's point here. You have people complaining about the price of comic books that are in their comic shop, and then actively, loudly, and proudly backing these campaigns. And I'm like, what are you doing, dude? Like, it either is or it isn't. It's either too expensive for a comic or it's not. If $5 is too expensive for a comic, then why are you dropping 25 plus for a crowdfunded book that's also 20 to 30 pages? And I think one of the things comics has to figure out in general is, how do they compete? As an industry, how does comics compete with gaming subscriptions, movie TV subscriptions? Like, you pay what, 20 something a month for Netflix, and you have unlimited, pretty much unlimited movies and TV to watch all for a month. Like, how do you compete with that? Yeah. So I don't back a lot of the only crowdfunds I back are friends, and it's just to be a good friend. Like,
dude, you bring up a really, really good point, and that's the inception of what crowdfunding was and should have, or not, I guess I shouldn't say should have been, but what it was, which was that these incredible creators had gotten pushed out of the industry. And so we were saying like, oh shoot, we want to help these guys, right? Or like, we want to help them, bring their project to life. This is so unfair. I absolutely am going to back this because, they need my support. And then it became, now that we've supported them, I genuinely want a better product, right? If I'm not getting it from the big two, I will pay the premium to get something better that's going to kick ass, that's going to be better than anything else from modern, mainstream stuff. And once you didn't start getting that, then it's like, well, where do you go with crowdfunding then, right? If it's not there to support the guys who were like kicked out, and if it's not there because it's like the books are so superior to mainstream stuff, it's just, okay, what it's going to be tough for that $30 to $40 price point. Now, the one thing I will say is that it may be, $30 to $40, but maybe that's a year. So that's, if that person comes out with a book a year, maybe I don't mind paying that, right? It's a 70-page book. It's a trade paperback, $30 maybe. But if it's like an Eric July book that's $35 and that's every, quarter?
He puts out a book every 2 weeks, I feel like. Jesus,
bro. Now it's getting expensive,
Yeah.
So so many different things to consider when crowdfunding. But I do like your point originally that we were talking about of what its inception was and what it's become. So
it's the Wild West. It's a shame. They need to gatekeep better, honestly. Not everyone's meant to make a fucking comic book. Like, just no, you're not making it. Sorry. Like, it just needs to be no. Sorry. Try again.
No one's well, even we were in Dallas, and I think we were just sitting around the couches, and I think Aaron had said like, Max, if you ever come up with an idea, or if you ever want to make a book, let us know. We'll help you out. And I go, Aaron, I love you to death, man, but I don't have I don't have a story to tell yet, and I don't have a creative vision to want to create a comic book, nor would I, as a reviewer or a YouTuber, ever want to get into the comic book space. At least at this time, I just don't think I'm talented or creative. So I was like, no, I think I'm good, man. Because if I tried to make a comic book right now, I would be no better than Yellow Flash, right? Because I'd just be some guy who has no idea, no idea of a story, no idea of like what it means to make a comic. Like I'd just be going like, I'm a comic book channel. I'm gonna make a comic. It just wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, but
So yeah.
one, I would say there's a couple of things here. You actually have some life experiences that might warrant you to tell a story.
Sure.
Also, I think you're smart enough to go, hey man, I've got an idea. Do you think you know anyone that could write it? Like,
yes,
I don't foresee
Yes.
you writing it. I foresee you being like, yo, I've got an idea, which
Yeah.
I think is fine.
Right. You can have a story by credit, absolutely, not written by you.
And I think that's, maybe I could be a Stan Lee, not like actually Stan Lee, because he's, the great, right? But like Stan would come up with little things where he'd go, I've got a premise for something, but then Jack would flesh it out. Jack was the actual creative. Stan was the guy kind of going like, here's a dream I had. And then Jack would be like, say less, and then just boom, right? And then from there, he'd create the story and do this. Stan would do the dialogue for some of these, but it was really Jack doing a lot of that work. So, but yeah, that's maybe eons in the future from now. But at this point, I'm just like, I don't have anything. But
yeah, I real quick, because I feel like I need to clarify something. When I was like, oh, I only back books by friends, I'm not backing it just because it's my friend. What I'm saying there is because of the price point, I'm choosing to back it because they're my friend. There's plenty of books that I back that I actually believe in the content, and I think it's good and a good idea.
Yeah.
So it's not like, I'm getting this because it's my friend and it's my friend doing it. It's more so like I wouldn't back anything at this price point, but because it is a friend, I will back it at this price point. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, and that's funny you bring that up because Ethan came out and said, I didn't really like Rob's book anyway from the beginning. It's like, well, then why the fuck did you have him on your channel all the time, dude? Like it's like to some point I get it's like, well, I'm trying to be nice, I'm trying to do this, and we don't really dog on each other's shit. I'm like, but you see, that's what it's needed. You need those people to say, look, like this isn't it, bro. Like this story sucks. Like you're not gonna make shit with this. And these guys know it. They're professionals. They can tell within a few pages. They're gonna look at that and be like, nah, bro. Like you're not gonna make shit from that. And if he would have heard that from the beginning, he could have pivoted easily and been like, okay, back to the drawing board. What else I got? I got something else I can probably throw out. But no, they're like, okay, here we go. Rob Hunter's here with his book. It's great. Please, for the love of God, back it, even though I think it fucking sucks.
And that's tough, man. It's tough. Who's talked about this before? I think it was Anna, that Star Wars girl. She was like, listen, I've tried doing campaigns on my channel and it sucks. Like it's tough because you get these guys who aren't marketers, who aren't salesmen, who aren't publishers. They're nothing. They're just creatives that have just been in their rooms creating for years, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But you ask them to promote their book and you're just like, so tell us about your idea. And they're like, well, I made a comic. And you're like, yeah, I get it. Like, tell us about it. Well, there's a guy, and you're like, so, and yeah. And it can be pulling teeth, right? And like I said, there's nothing wrong with that because each of us have our own talents. But yeah, if you got someone like that on your channel, you either have to facilitate that conversation or you have to know, or that person has to know. You have to, I got Gideon hair in my mouth. Sorry.
Dude, I saw you pet that fucking cat and that cat hair come off. I want to vomit.
I was like, oh my God. It
makes me want, because I'm deathly allergic to cats. I'm just like, God, I can't.
Oh, that's too funny. I'm going to send you.
You're not even in the same room.
I know.
I'm gonna send you like a comic. I'm gonna be like, Kyle, check this out, and I'm just gonna fill it with cat hair. Yeah, it's like the Ark of the Covenant. You just and it's all dust and it's just cat hair. But before I was rudely interrupted by my cat, who's sitting right here. Yeah. All that being said, though, maybe, as you kind of alluded to, Kyle, maybe like having a level of talent that is like, hey, if you really want to have this thing funded, you really got to prove yourself to an audience, right? And I don't know if that's technically called gatekeeping or not, or if it's just like audience retention for something that's a great product. I don't know, but
It should be. He needs
Yeah.
to gatekeep better. That's all.
Listen, I mean, look, I think a lot of times what you owe people is honesty, and
Yeah.
I think that gets lost a lot. And I think people could probably very easily go, "Oh, what about you? You know, you get up here and you promote Drew's book. Do you feel like you love it completely?" And what I could honestly say is, like, when Drew was writing this stuff, he sent me scripts and I provided notes, and I provided a shit ton of notes. And I'm very much a take it or leave it. But you know what I didn't say? I didn't go, "Oh my God, man, it's perfect." And
Mm.
I will say on record, there was one thing that I literally told him I don't have notes for, and it was Depths of Valor #1. I thought for what it is and what he's trying to tell is like, dude, honestly, like, good job. Kudos to you.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, I'm gonna give you, if I think it's shit, I'm not gonna come out and say, hey, this is shit, but I'm gonna go, look, here's all the notes that I have. But if you're like, hey, read this, before I read it, I'm gonna go, are you wanting feedback? Because I'm gonna give you honest feedback. And if it hurts your feelings, you don't need to be doing this.
Yeah.
100%.
Those fifis can get hurt, and there's no doubt about that. Kaiser says Mac should highlight more crowdfunded books. That's a good point, and I think I've found a way that I may be able to do that. We could do a cover price kind of segment or section that highlights those crowdfunded books that I've seen. That does really well, and those crowdfunded projects are fun to look at. So that might be something we could try in the future.
How many do you think are out there right now?
Oh, hundreds,
how many?
thousands.
Thousands? You think thousands, or do you think like, I don't know, like 200? I don't know. How many do you think there are?
For comics?
Yeah.
423.
Let's see if Google knows.
I was gonna say, I don't know. Can you look at it? Is
Ask-
it like, yeah?
Ask ChatGPT. Yeah. Promoting books he isn't willing to buy is BS.
Yes.
And that's tough. Yeah, because you lose credibility as someone who is a reviewer or someone who is a artist or creative. Like, yeah. So,
and then coming out afterwards, this guy sends out this fucking fuck you email. It's like, yeah, I know, I knew it wasn't going to be good from the beginning. It's like, bro,
yeah.
then fuck you,
Like,
dude. Like,
I didn't like him anyway. It's like, wait.
Yeah. Well, no. You don't get to say that now.
Yeah.
So, according to this, the latest available data as of June 13th, 2025, there are 282 comic projects currently being crowdfunded on Kickstarter alone.
Okay.
So if we can assume that maybe those are on Indiegogo as well, we're looking at maybe upwards of 500.
Yeah, and then what's that other one that's like specifically for comics now? Like Fund My Comic?
Fund My Comic, yeah.
All
Interesting.
right, so maybe 600, maybe?
Maybe.
That maybe not that high, maybe. I don't know.
I would probably say around the 500 mark, because you're going to have your Kickstarter versus Indiegogo people based on politics. Is that still a thing? I don't even know if that's.
I don't.
I think so. Yeah.
And then I
feel
figured my comic would be probably less than either of those, and then you would have some crossover there. So I would
Fund My Comic used to be like only based material, and now it's only weird indie lesbian stuff. So I don't know. It's flopped, but oh well. And I don't mean flopped as in like this movie flopped at the box office. I mean like it flip-flopped in that it was like way right and now it's way left. I don't know.
Oh, damn.
The character designs are sick for an Indiegogo campaign. MG, I think if you're a mod, but Salty's a mod. I don't know if you put it in the chat. I can maybe bring it up on here. But yeah, Josh is going all honey badger tonight. It's like anytime we talk about EJ and crowdfunding, The honey badger comes out.
The Honey Badger came out last week too with that freaking rainbow book.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh my god,
National
yeah.
treasure.
I wasn't laughing at that comment though. I was laughing at his whoa, ease up on
Yeah.
the lesbian hate. Sexy vampire chicks never go out of style.
Oh, lame.
That is true.
We've got comics exposed for 10 doll hairs or cat hairs. Thank you so much, comics. Dude, that is super, super generous of you. $10. I'm extremely, extremely grateful. Thank you. He says, I'm very frustrated over the Rob Hunter situation. Rightfully so, man. I totally understand. There are way too many Instagram Indiegogo projects that have back that are over 4+ years overdue. And these are simple 48 to 64 page books. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Man.
You've got to, if you're doing this, and Kyle kind of mentioned this earlier, you've got to think like a business person. And you also have to decide how much you respect your fans. So I honestly, like, you've got to set the expectation of our goal to ship is this date. And then you need to do whatever you can to make sure that happens. Now, shit will happen in between there. The artist could get sick. There could be health problems, whatever. You could run into situations with printers. There's so many variables there that if you keep constant communication throughout that whatever time frame you give, and then something happens and you communicate it and you're like, hey guys, really sorry, we ran into this problem. We are working to find a new printer or a new artist or new whatever it might be. We'll keep you updated. Thank you for being patient. Until then, here's a 10-page preview. Like something. Your fans are going to appreciate it because you're actively communicating and you are trying.
Yeah.
If you go with radio silence, and you're like, oh yeah, we're working on it, and that's it, and it gets to 4+ years, then you know what, dude? Like, fuck you. Because you care enough to get my money, but you don't care enough to actually produce the results. So
no, 100%. Oh no, and case in point, Macroverse with their horror books.
Just about to say, yep.
They weren't even that late, but they knew. They had the foresight to see printing is going to be a fucking problem. We already know this is going to be an issue. We're going to give you guys a free fucking book because of it. And it's like, you know what? That goes above and beyond anything.
We got it like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God,
like,
I didn't even expect this.
I didn't either.
Yeah.
You know what? That's really cool and really nice of you. I mean, I'm used to being fucked over by these guys. So I'm like, you know what? You could have
said, so I was like, hey, it's
okay.
Yeah. No, Kyle, you read my mind because I was just about to say Macroverse. Like if anyone looks to the gold standard of how to do communication, as Josh was saying earlier, Macroverse. They have a too long didn't read. So it's like, hey, if you don't want to read all this other, BS, we're at the printers. Cool. Thanks. Right. But if you do want to read about all the nuances, here's all the stuff. Plus, here's some pictures. Here's a video of what the books look like. And because we're going to be like maybe a month late, here's a free book. And I was like, bro, that's crazy. So I couldn't imagine anyone else doing that, being like, I'm so sorry we're late. And I'm like, isn't that just normal? Like every book is late now.
Well, that's the shame though.
Yeah, it is. And they have thousands of books they're printing. Some of these dipshits have like, you're fulfilling 200 orders, you asshole. You can do that in a fucking day. And you're like, oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, God, it's going to be late. I'm printing all these books. It's like, huh? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
I liked your idea of almost hiring an editor for yourself. Especially if you're an artist and you've got to get deadlines and stuff, because I was, at work, I can sometimes prioritize other things. So like, I'll be working on a project and then, my director will come up and go, hey, how's this going? And I'll go, oh, you know what? I'm still working on it. And, it'll be done by the end of the week or something. But when we have a one-on-one and they go, here's the assignment, it's due by Wednesday. Cool. All right. You got it. I'll have it by Wednesday. Right. Now, the nice thing about that though, is say I get started and I'm like, this is going to take longer, but you do everything in your power to get it by Wednesday. If something happens, you can always say, how about Thursday morning? I can have it Thursday morning, right? And you can maybe shift a little bit.
Mhm.
But for the most part, having that deadline holds you accountable and it holds the people around you accountable. And that's what crowdfunding needs.
Right.
Yeah.
Because again, it's that ether. They're just backers. They're just things. It's not like you don't see the actual people, so you just feel like, yeah, fuck this. Okay, I'll get it whenever I get it done.
I got
Who
money.
cares?
Yeah.
Peasants, pay me to sit on the Twitter.
Right. It's like, no, come on here and say it to my fucking face, you asshole, that you're not going to get your shit done, and fuck you for paying me.
Right.
Sure.
Oh man. Well, speaking of getting paid, once again, Comics Exposed for $10. Dude, that is so generous. Thank you. Where's my crowd? Yeah, confetti. Look at that. Thank you for the $10, man. Greatly appreciate it. Let's do. What's one? Is there one that I haven't played in a while?
I am iron. I am wrath. I am doom.
That's what you see every time you log into a crowdfunding page and you're like, oh no, I am doom. But thank you again, Comics Exposed. Greatly appreciate it. So let's talk about, we've been talking about paying bills. Here's something that's going to pay my bills. No, I'm kidding. So as many of you may have already seen, this morning I released the weekly comic book review with my pick of the week. No, I'm kidding. But I did release a weekly comic review this morning. It's about 25 minutes long. Go check it out. I added books that I thought were good recommendations and some books to totally skip it. We'll get into much more detail about those books here in just a moment. But I think it's a fun video. I think it turned out all right. I don't know if I will do this every single week because, my God, it's exhausting. Reading and then writing out your script. Well, reading the book and making sure that you're hitting all the things that you want to cover without sounding like a moron, and then explaining why the book is good or why something didn't work or how the tone fits with this, making sure that all the information is correct, scripting it out, and then editing the video and making sure it's out. And mine's late. Like, technically, mine's 2 days late because it's not on Wednesday, right? So all that being said, if you guys notice, the weekly comic review, this thumbnail looks very similar to another comic book YouTube creator on the channel. But his banner is blue and mine is red.
Light side, dark side.
Interesting.
Boy.
But yeah,
the man, or in this case,
I was like,
bitch.
I was like, two can play this game. Let's see how difficult it is.
Also, Max, I'm gonna need like about 700 more words for each of your reviews.
Oh, is that what they would do?
We had to have over 1,000 words. Yeah.
Unreal, man. Yep. So then you're just stretching things out for the sake of just, yeah.
I mean, look, you find little ways around it. So some of the times one of the cheats we would do is we'd put the synopsis in, like the solicitation in our review, so it's there for people, and then we would have a spoiler-free section that's kind of like, here's the gist. And then we usually had our spoiler section where we go into like very specific things. Like how we'll discuss very specific moments, we would drop into that as well. So
okay. Yeah, that I couldn't even imagine doing that.
It's a lot of work.
Like a full-time job.
Yeah. Chat's talking about Bad Idea, baby. So maybe we'll have to talk about Bad Idea here soon because Planet Death comes out in just a little bit. So
you want to talk about a heel turn? It's Bad Idea. I mean, holy shit! They went from
Heartthrob.
And fucking new kid
Everyone
on the
was
block.
on
Everyone,
that.
we love it. We're sucking their dick. Then it turned into fuck these assholes. They're asshole pieces of shit who put out, fake books and NFTs.
And empty CGC slabs.
Correct. And
Oh,
donuts.
God.
And donuts. And scavenger hunts.
Yep. And then now they're kind of coming back around again. It's like,
well, because they realized, they realized all the BS like marketing ploys that they were trying to do was getting them nowhere, and people just despised them even more. And then, as MG brings up, they were just like, let's just write a good book with like great art. And then everyone was like, yeah, finally.
Yeah. You guys got the idea.
Woo. Man, yeah, no, seriously, what a heel turn.
Yeah, now they're I
heroes,
love it.
heroes
Good for
journey.
them. You know what?
Yeah. Bad idea becoming available to all retailers is a good idea, not a bad idea. Wow.
Okay. You
What
either
if
die a
they-
villain or live long enough to see yourself become the hero.
It's the reverse.
Yeah.
What if they heel turn even more and they completely pivoted and rebranded as good idea? Good idea.
I'm honestly
comics.
shocked when they did Planet, they did not do that. I'm sure it was an idea they had.
Let's
Probably.
like, we're gonna do good idea comics.
Mm.
So speaking of good ideas though,
Oh, God.
like I said,
I was too busy looking at the
oh no.
thumbnail that he had.
Yeah, buddy. So I intentionally I know this sounds lame, but I intentionally tried to do the reverse of whatever his thumbnail was for this week.
You actually did.
So right? So I want to see if I did get it right though, because his is blue, and then I made mine red. His lettering is black, so I made mine white. And then I switched the two covers on the sides and I put a different cover in the middle.
Yep.
I will be the bizarro rock and roll.
What is the book that he has in the middle?
Yeah, what is the middle book?
It's the Umbrella Academy that's now retitled or rebranded as the Sparrow Academy or something.
It sounds gay.
I came out. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Whatever.
no, not a fan.
Beats me.
I like yours better.
Oh, well, thank you. I like mine too.
Dude,
And
you
it's
better be
not just
careful.
Yeah. I was gonna say
Yeah.
it's not just because that Conan cover makes me feel a certain way, but
It helps. It definitely helps.
Dude, they've got
his
dim.
backers, man. I'm telling you, they don't want no smoke. You better be careful. You want to?
Oh, his fans.
Oh, bruh. When I started going hard in the paint on him originally in the view, I mean, if you go back to the Comics Elite channel and see some of those reviews, I'm sure you could see some of his dipshit loyalists
Oh no way!
that were coming at us pretty hard.
Oh no!
wait, who? Robbie's loyalist or?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love it.
I mean, well, here's the thing. I do this out of love because imitation is the biggest form of flattery. So I only do this thumbnail not because I'm trying to hate on the guy. I'm doing it because I'm just like, he's done this weekly comic review thing so well for such a long time, and people seem to love it. So I was like, why don't I try it?
Is
I
it
don't know.
imitation though if you try to do the opposite?
and better.
Yeah.
Well, better. I hope to try and do it better, but I don't know. I think what really does the thumbnail a lot of justice is the Conan cover. Let's be real. I didn't do anything with this thumb. I put 3 comic book covers and a title. That's it. That's a pretty simple thumbnail. But it's this Conan cover that does everything. So,
Despite the hands being all fucking wonky and that's not how you hold a sword. Yes. Aside from that, absolutely.
well, the sword hilt would technically be a little bit more angled differently, but his hands aren't wonky.
But it's not cinematic. I know. No, the hands aren't, but yeah, the way the sword is and it's not.
Yeah.
But that doesn't sell on a comic book cover. I get it.
No. But the fact that they've gotten Panosian for so many Conan covers looks sick. So
Well, I'm sure they're like, hey, just do 75 pinups for us, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Covers.
He's like, you got it.
Yep.
So but yeah, I thought that was just a funny, like I said, I had some extra time this week. I said, why not? There were some, number ones that came out. I'll do a comic review. So, chat viewers, if you guys watch it and you like it, and it is something that we feel like collectively as a channel would, one, do well, but two, actually helps y'all with like your informed decisions on what comics to buy. Oh no, what do you guys?
We're not laughing at you. We're not laughing at you. Yeah.
Oh no.
You're good. I'm sorry. Because you were like on point saying you're on your
I know you're doing everything you're supposed to be doing.
We're laughing at Rudy. Is this what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Rudy, I'll let you decide what you think I said. How about
that? Kyle goes hard in the taint.
Well, if you know. All right.
I mean, Rudy did just give us $5, so Rudy can hear whatever he wants. But before I get to Rudy's super chat, which, by the way, Rudy, thank you, sir. Blessings to you and your family, and Semper Fi. All that being said, chat viewers, if you guys liked it, if this actually helped out with some of your decisions on some of the comics you're reading, and maybe actually would give you guys kind of a preemptive review and understanding before you spend your money at the comic shop, let me know, because I'll see if I can continue to do these. They are a bit more time consuming, and I have to get them out like immediately. So there is a time constraint. Like if I don't make the deadline by Friday morning, I just won't put it out. But all that being said, like I said, I think it was fun. It's just a lot of work,
It is. Well, hey, if Sean is, I went to the shop, had a stack of fucking books, and now it's all shit that they FOC'd. But if we start doing that again, if you want me to record videos of comics, if you want to get them out earlier, you can. If you want to review that way, let me know.
You want to just do them with me? Let's bring it back.
I think you're better by yourself. You don't want someone like me in there.
Well, I would be stealing you because I know Sean wants to bring back the weekly comic reviews.
There's a lot of things he wants to do. All right.
This is very true. You got some big brains over there, some bold ideas.
He wants it's always the next thing. Let's go. It's great. Bring it on.
Yeah, I love it.
Not busy enough.
You're right. Well, we've got Rudy Taitague for $5 coming in hot, sir. Thank you so much. I'm laughing at the fact that I almost said Rudy. I almost said the comment that he was talking about Kyle saying something and going hard in the taint, and I was like, I'm all screwed up tonight. I don't know what's going on. So, but Rudy, thank you so much, sir. He says, "Dang y'all, there you going again and talking about being responsible adults. What the hell?" Anywho, shout out to our military's 250th birthday. Ooh-rah. I think it's the
Whoa. You have if you're gonna read Rudy's comment, you gotta read it in character.
That's not how you say ooh-rah. Is that how
I'm not a soldier.
He's the Count from Sesame Street. Come on now. It's ooh-rah. I have one marine. Two marines. Okay, there we go.
Well, one is none. Well, two is one and one is none. So if you have two Marines, you technically really only have the mind of one. So and if you have one Marine,
tested, I'm sure that's probably
not
be true.
Yep. Hey kid, can you blow stuff up? I do always think it's funny that when they bring the Marines in to do like riot control, I don't think people realize that like Marines aren't trained to be riot control. They're trained to be like natural born killers, right? They're trained to be murderers. No, not murderers. Sorry. That's a little over the top. But they're trained to be like
they're trained to kill.
So it's like, some Mexican guy throws a brick at their head. Some Marine is going to be like, you motherfucker. Just like, he's going to try and kill the guy. So I do always think it's funny where it's like, send in the Marines. if you want people dead, yes, that's who you're gonna send for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Remember to use
Yeah.
beanbags. Beanbags. What kind of pussy bullshit is
Yeah.
this?
Non-lethal. We don't want to kill anybody.
Yeah. What
One brick gets thrown, and they're like, swap the beanbags for rock salt. It's not lethal, but we're teaching these pussy ass motherfuckers what. Okay, yeah.
yeah, seriously. If they're all hopped up on crayons, man, there's no stopping what they could do. So
Have you heard of getting shot with rock salt?
it's awful.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Well, because it opens up so many wounds. Like it just sprays your body with that stuff. So
I got shot with pepper ball in the academy.
ooh,
That
fun.
fucking hurts.
Did you get a nice little welt? That
Yes.
Yeah, fun.
Hey, you got to know, just like getting tased. I've been tased a lot. I tased myself all the time. If I was
Oh my god.
working a 12-hour shift, so you
Just
can take
fun?
the prong. You just prong yourself and take it up. But yeah, I would tase myself.
Just to keep yourself awake.
Yeah, if you're working a 12-hour shift or working, it's like I'm fucking exhausted, and you just okay, I'm good.
Just to wake yourself up a bit. Yeah. Wow.
Mhm.
Just to feel what it's like to be alive.
Right, I need that pain.
Yeah.
Gotta ride the lightning.
Yeah,
Yo,
I was about to say
You
normal
ride-
people just get caffeine, but Kyle.
Hey, whatever. it
ride
takes.
that
Some
lightning
people
one
get
too many
caffeine.
times though. I don't
Then
know.
you're all right. Then you're chasing it.
Yeah.
What else do I want?
That's like when Elaine and Kramer are trying to put the fork in the outlet, and she's like, "Why don't you do it?" And he's like, "This could be my last." Or he's like, "I've done it too many times."
Just do it quickly.
Yeah. Well, Rudy, thank you again for the $5, my friend. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, and happy 250th birthday to my Army brethren. I do remember being on one of their bases. We were doing some training over at in Oklahoma. So love my my dudes in the Army. And yeah, happy birthday to them. 250. Oorah ah ah. And is it wait? I thought Army was Hooya? No. Hooya? Hootie who?
I don't
Sure.
know.
I don't know.
That's
Hootie?
what you on the
Hootie and the
cops in the
Blowfish?
club.
Hootie! Hootie!
Hootie! That'd actually be pretty funny as a military Hootie. Because Marine Corps is oorah. That's what Marine Corps is. But
Yeah.
Well, I don't think the Space Force has a rally cry yet. So
Mm.
maybe it could be Hootie. Hootie who?
Hootie!
Hootie! Who's the Space Force? Hootie! Hootie Space Force.
Hootie!
Yeah. All right, Rudy, this one's for you.
I'll dance with you.
Ride the lightning or ride into the date.
Sometimes, Gavin.
You gotta ride it into a literal recharge. It's a good point.
Mhm.
Maybe you could have gotten superpowers from it or something.
I wish.
Yeah. If you do it, I would say skip the trash books that you know will be shit going in. You're just torturing yourself. There is the tough part is that like there's either really, really good or really, really bad. And all the books that are just kind of like, it's just whatever, like they don't even exist. It's really hard to talk about those books because there's just nothing to discuss. It's just like so bland that you're just kind of like, well, I read it. It does exist, but it has no reason to, right? Whereas you can get more of a fun video and you get maybe more engagement and more people that, maybe like it when you have like really great stuff and really bad stuff. I don't know. And plus it's easier to articulate that. So did you find that too, Josh, or was that more... or were you able to express your same?
Yeah, we always found that it was easier for us to write about books that we liked or disliked, but the ones that were just mediocre were by far the hardest to write about. Because I mean, if you like it or dislike it, you can find and discuss the things you liked or dislike. You can explain why. But if something is just meh, you're like, I mean, it's fine. Those were the hardest books to write about.
Because you can't praise it, but you can't say that it sucks. You can just say like the dialogue is there,
Yeah. I mean, you're pretty much just going through being like, yeah, this happened and I
Yeah.
guess it was okay. And you kind of just start talking about what you wish would have happened instead.
Yeah.
Like, I
Yeah.
think they
That's a
could
good
have made
point.
this better by.
Yeah.
But at least they didn't, so you straddle that fence. You become a perch. You become a fence sitter.
Well, notorious fence sitter perch.
Yeah,
That's how we
notorious.
know him.
What a
definitely.
joke, that guy.
Yeah. What's funny is that everyone has their own take on perch. So like some people are like, "Oh, perch, isn't that SJW super lefty liberal, wingnut?" And I'm like, "Sure, that's perch for you, And then other people are like, "Oh, he's that right wing bigot." Sure. MG says, "Edit more coughs in and tell 15 side stories unrelated to the point of the video." That's how you make a video.
Yeah. Just make sure
It
you're
works.
in your vehicle and your comic book is open in your lap.
Mm-hmm.
You have dainty
And you're
hands.
doing with your phone.
Yeah.
Mm.
You got to have
I
dainty
take my
looking
phone,
hands and fingers.
and I'd be like,
Oh,
yeah. Hey, I mean, that's how he got his start.
it worked.
Yeah. It's pretty fascinating how many of these channels that have a really good start, just for doing really basic content, and are just riding that, and are just still doing good because of that. They're not doing anything special. They're just doing that same thing. And I don't know, for
Yep.
some people it works.
Well, I mean, a
Find
lot of them,
that
they just
thing.
got in at the right time. I'd be honest.
That's the big
Yep.
thing
So-
too. All right. The other thing I wanted to kind of showcase that I thought was kind of interesting for our new segment is our boys over at Cover Price. So they have tons of like incredible articles that they put out every single week. And this one was the runners up for June 9th, 2025 for the top 10 comics and the runners up. So apparently this is going for $80 raw.
Yeah.
The World to Come variant. I guess it was a one per store.
Yep.
Sure. That's what they all say.
This one's going for 34. This was just a regular number one, not even an incentive or anything.
Yep. So, I mean, like, there was no buzz or hype that this was going to be something big, which, I mean, even when the publishers tell you that, usually it's bullshit anyways. So a lot of your retailers didn't order heavy in this. And
That's a good point. Yeah.
I've talked with more than one retailer, comic shop owner, that was like, there were two books that were kind of like, how do we order? And between Imperial and this, they went heavy with Imperial because everything said Jonathan Hickman book meant to be kind of like an event. This is going to sell better than this. And you put White Black Panther in there, and buddy, oh boy,
the internet's gonna go wild.
It's hot.
It's hot. I don't know why that got it. This was a cover by. This one was interesting. So there's nothing like a foil reprint. Kyle, this is right up your alley, baby.
Ding.
To bring back that 90s collecting nostalgia. This issue was a promo item that GameStop was giving away with the purchase of 2 Marvel Legends figures. Wow.
Hell yeah.
Hunting them down was tricky as it was reported that many GameStops weren't carrying the book. Oh, weird.
I
So-
called 4 GameStops in my area.
No,
to
you
see.
didn't. And
I
you're
did.
such a liar. There's
Oh, I
no
swear to God.
way.
I swear to God. None of
You
them had
wanted
them.
this?
I didn't know. I was just curious if they had them. No, not one of them knew what the fuck I was talking about.
No way.
They're like, we don't
That's-
sell comics here. I'm like, yeah,
You're like, I get it.
fucking
dude.
know, but I was like, I just wanted to see if you had them. They're like, that we don't even know what you're talking about.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That like not even any of them were like, what? Comics? No, that's
Like,
not us, dude.
One of them
Sorry.
said, well, there's a comic shop down the street. You want to contact this comic shop and see if they have them. I said, no, it's a GameStop exclusive.
Yeah.
We don't know.
We don't have that, sir.
And they probably did. They don't know what a fucking comic book looks like. They're just like,
Maybe,
oh, that.
yeah.
Oh,
The X-Men. Yeah. I know
Mm.
that. Would you guys buy this for 50?
No.
The fuck no.
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 Silver foil giant size X-Men reprint? Come on.
Hello.
No.
Hello.
$58 near mint raw. 65 was the top. Wow. All right.
Oh,
This cover, so
still
I don't know. Am I crazy?
the cover sucks. Yeah,
This is like my least favorite Danny Warren Johnson thing he's done in a while.
it doesn't
Yeah.
look like his art. It looks like half of his art.
It doesn't look like Wolverine either.
Yeah,
No, I don't get it, man. I don't like the
Why?
armor's cool, and I like the tons of arrows, but like I kind of like, I don't know. This doesn't seem like something that would be going for $100 to $200 right now.
No.
and
Here's
the
the
book
second
sucks on top
printing.
of that. Like it's like the book is.
Oh yeah.
It's just like I definitely don't want it.
Maybe it's because it's the all black, like the all black. I mean,
Oh yeah.
you know, I don't know.
Adamantine. Adamantine? You mean adamantium? Adamantine is back. While this issue may have fallen off the list for a bit, the sales on it are still quite strong. This is the first print issue that is still on collectors' radars. As the heat cools off, fans of the Frank Miller-esque cover go to the aftermarket to pick it up, while other books take interest away. This week was tracked 21 copies sold at 7-day growth. High sale of 172 for a CGC 9.8 and a $70 or $69 buy for a raw book.
God, people are stupid.
Man. Yeah, man. I like I said, I don't get me wrong, I love me some DWJ, but I saw this and I was like, really? I don't know.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
no thanks.
Gavin says facsimile over cover price is insane. Yeah. Rudy says I was at GS and the guy was chill. He said, buy anything and I'll give you a book. Oh, look at that. I knew this book was going to be the FOMO book of the week. So Rudy, you have the X-Men foil, eh? That's pretty cool. Nice. Gavin says, I think that cover is cool as shit. Oh, well,
You're a fucking idiot, Gavin.
You ever thinking that? No, I'm kidding.
Who's laughing now, Gavin? Huh?
It's one of those things where the details of the armor and the arrows are cool, but the aesthetic of Wolverine himself is not cool.
Kind of goofy. Now it may look better in
He's-
person. I don't know, but I doubt
That
it.
could be it.
I just it's.
He's just so wide. Like his torso is just rectangular. Like
Also,
it doesn't
the
really
way
have
his
any-
arms are, it just
Yeah,
looks super
they're just-
stiff.
Yeah.
It looks the shape of his body looks amateurish, but then you look at the armor and the arrows, and you're like, oh, that's not amateurish.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Weird.
Tone the hair down a little bit too, bro.
No. The hair is great. I love that.
No, absolutely not. And also, why isn't it a virgin cover?
Dude, because if it
was it a
was
virgin?
virgin, no, if it was, then you wouldn't be able to see his hair.
Yeah, that's why it'd be even better.
Then he'd
Afro
look bald.
movie.
Then he'd just have like this weird widow's peak, and then you'd be like,
Yeah,
"Where's his hair?"
exactly.
Yeah. Comics Embrace says bad cover, period.
Yes.
Ezekiel, completely agree with you. The only good thing about that book was the Daniel Warren Johnson story. It was awesome, but it was only 10 pages, right? So it was like, meh. How much was the book originally? Like $8 without this cover? Like just the A cover?
Cover price, right? Is there? Yeah, the price isn't on
there. Cool Storm cover. Do like that one.
Sure.
But for $50,
Absolutely not.
I don't know about that. Mark Spears wouldn't be a proper list without Mark Spears.
Fucking Christ, that dude needs to go away.
I liked his stuff at first, and now I'm just like, do I like?
I
Bjorn
did too.
Benson?
I was obsessed with it.
There's your virgin cover.
There it is.
See, look, you can do it, and that's still gay, but it's better.
Hey.
It's just a little bit more expensive. Oh, but this is a second print. That's why.
Lame.
It's a second print, 1 in 25, virgin. So you got all the cool things on there. It's less, or it's more exclusive because there are less of them.
There you go.
So technically, that's why this is more expensive.
Correct.
There you go. Salty just says, "Shut up, Kevin and Max."
Oh, you're on that D.
He's
of,
he's on the
Monster D.
Mark Spears D. He's
The
on
Monster
the Spear.
D. Dude, so I was in a Whatnot stream and somebody was, I don't know, I usually go in there and I'll just bid on shit and I'll randomly win stuff. And one of them was a lot, and one of them had one of the Mark Spears Monsters books in there. I have one. And I go, because they're not online. I opened it up. I just wanted to see the art. I'm not a fan of that interior art.
Oh, really?
I don't like it.
I've never even looked inside of one of the cover. Well, yeah, because I just don't see the books ever in my shop.
Here, hold on. Let me grab it. I'll be right back.
Oh,
You
okay.
can see it. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I gotta find it. It'll take an hour, but
we'll be done with the show by then. So
Yep.
don't bother coming back. It's all good.
I'll be right back.
Okay. You got any you want on this list, Josh?
No.
I was about to say, yeah, none of these really look like I'd spend, especially not that kind of money where it's like $80 a cover. It's like, no, thank you. No, sir.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Fuck
No, thank
you. Fuck
you.
me.
Oh.
Oh, this is interesting. KeenSpot sells the PDFs for all issues. Number 1 is free now. I'll have to take a look. All right. Let's take a look now at the 1-year reflective. So this is June of 2024. This is the top 10 1 year later. So, oh, that was quick. You found it?
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh, that's a cool cover.
Right?
Yeah.
I
I like I said, I like the covers, but I almost still tend to be more towards Bjorn Barron stuff. I don't know.
I think now it's just out of spite that I won't get them because everybody wants them. So I'm like, yeah, fuck you, I don't want them now.
Because it's everywhere. It's on every cover. And you it's almost like the song that you listen to too many times to where then you just learn to hate it. Oh,
it's like that hyper realistic.
Yeah.
It's got that uncanny valley thing going on though.
Oh yeah.
It's that Max Payne like side scroll. Oh god, this. Hold on. There's just something.
No.
I just really don't.
Oh wow. Whoa, that is wild.
Yeah.
It's so realistic to the point that it doesn't look natural and you sense that it's not natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it looks fake. I'm like,
yeah.
So I think what really made me like the Mark Spears stuff the most was that I thought that it was penciled. Like I thought this guy was illustrating these, but I think he's digitally creating them. Does that sound right? Because that's what Bjorn does. He takes like figures and then he creates them and then places them in things, like 3D modeling.
Right. That's almost what I think this is, right? That's what it looks like to me.
That's what it looks like, I would think. There's no way he illustrated. Like he did not take pen to paper and then you scan that. There's just no way.
No.
That would take you years to get one page. Salty says, I love it. Love it. You can all suck it.
Yeah. So I'm torn because I get it. Like I'm with you. I think anyone that can create art that looks that realistic is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
However, it should be covers, and for me, it doesn't work as interior art.
Agreed.
Yep. Does it feel static, Kyle? Like do they just look like pictures that are just taken? Like stand there, click. Yep. Okay, now stand there, click. Because that's what
it's like a video game cut screen where it's just a single picture and it's like moving, but it's just a single frame picture. Just you hear the walking in the background, but it's just a single picture. Like that's what this book read. And I'm like, I can't read this. I fucking can't stand it.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, but I appreciate the honesty. Ezekiel said his Spawn cover is my favorite of his covers. That's cool, man. I'll have to check that one out too. Jack says it looks like he used Photoshop paint filters on photographs. Does he have that many friends that he could photograph?
Well, you see, when Tim Bradstreet did his Punisher covers, he kind of did that, I think, because I got a chance to talk to him a long time ago.
Oh,
and
nice.
He said some of his hyper realistic stuff are actually people in his life that he knew and he put into those covers, sort of thing.
Wow.
So yeah, he used some photographs for reference for faces and stuff, but he would draw on everything else. But yeah, this just very bizarre.
Yeah.
Not what I thought when I opened it up. I'm like, I'm really excited to actually read this. Then I'm like, I don't want to read this. I'm like, I'm done. This is
Well,
creepy.
you're probably thinking of like EC Comics, like illustrations of like, maybe classic horror imagery, and then you get like Uncanny Valley 3D models, and you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get to some hilarity here. Because these are always fun to look at. This is the weekly top 10 1 year later, and they basically go back and they see how have these books been doing? Have they gone up in price? Have they gone down? This Gromit's book, this 1 in 10, went up significantly from $15 at a raw book to now $80. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was optioned, but
everything else, sure.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
This one looked like it held its value for the most part, just $1 less.
Sure.
That
hurts.
Maybe $70 difference there. Don't know what that is, but this bad boy.
Ouch.
This bad boy. Who of you out there, I want you to show yourselves. Who paid $172 for this comic raw? Not slabbed, just raw.
No, I'm just kidding. I didn't spend
I was like, Kyle, you probably did for the Thor.
No, I didn't. I
variant or
paid like
whatever.
40 or 50 bucks for that book.
172 doll hairs.
That's the
And now
one
it's
red band I did not get because that cover fucking sucks.
Oh, you don't like it, eh? Okay.
No, it's awful.
And now it's 12.
That is
It'd be one thing if it went like 172 to like 150,
right.
But it went 172 to 12. That's less. That's less than what a normal 1 in 25 variant normally goes for.
Yep.
Like
Damn, man.
Yeah.
That
Too funny, man.
That's hysterical.
Rudy says, I agree with Salty. F that. Salty says, F that. Kaiser, glad I didn't fall for that gimmick. Oh, yeah. Wow. 172 for a shit book is nuts.
Yeah.
That's a Ripaverse sale right there, says Salty. But yeah, too funny, man. Yeah, this stuff, I get a kick out of this stuff because it just, for a lot of it, and I'm not saying all of it, but for a good portion, it just goes to show how much a lot of these modern books don't hold their value. We're only talking 1 year out, and they're dropping like this. That's brutal. So
yeah, same thing in the sports card market. If you do not sell or get a quarterback that's hot at that exact fucking second, those cards are worth dog shit.
Yeah,
and you're always chasing the next. Oh, they're going to be the next great thing. Hurry up and buy all their shit right now, and then it's like a week later. Oh, they're hurt. They're out for the season. They suck. Everything tanks. And so, like, I'll tend to buy some of the sports cards that were retardedly expensive at some point, and then not anymore, just because I find it hysterical, like a little time capsule. So, like, having some of these books at the time and to look back and be like, oh my god, remember when this piece of shit was going for so much money, and now it's worth nothing? Again, I don't buy these books to flip them. If I were to buy them to flip them, yes, that is really fucking stupid. If I buy them because I like the cover or I just think it's a fun little time capsule to have,
Yeah.
then yeah. So I don't really give a shit what the book's worth. I just know it's like this will just be fun to look back on. So, but
Well,
yeah.
I think that's why you. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you just have to know, buy it and sell it immediately.
And that's the thing. Like the day that it comes out, or even if you can get it the day before, like you gotta sell it. But I think that's why you always said, what would you guys say? Buy what you like, buy what you like, collect what you want, because that way you'll never be upset.
Right.
Because if you're buying or collecting something that you're thinking is going to be like, I'm going to flip it, or this is going to pay for my kids' college or whatever, it's just no.
So rare that you want in the one book that came out in our lifetime that we've been reviewing stuff that will be that book, that Hulk 181 thing. We won't even know what that is until decades from now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We'll be like, oh, I remember that book. Ah, shit. If only I was smart enough to know to go back. Remember, we were making fun of that book and said it was dog shit, and now it's worth, $500,000. It's like, shit.
The only thing is that I'd probably say maybe, and I hate that I'm saying this, but it's the only thing that I can think of in recent years. What was it? The first appearance of Miles Morales, which was Ultimate Fallout. Yeah. Ultimate Fallout 4. That's the only thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Josh.
I was going to say the facsimiles for that sold out like crazy at comic shops.
Bro,
which is wild. Yeah.
Just, like I think at one point I had a second printing. And I sold it immediately because I'm like, I know this is the best I'm going to get for this thing, but yeah, no, it's pretty, that book I think will probably be our generation's Hulk 181, which is sad, but I mean, it never goes down. Like it just, from what I can tell.
It stays, yeah. Well, because it was polybagged. So if you have a 9.8, it's like, yeah, that census though is still retardedly high. So I just don't understand. Just like a Hulk 181, you act like it's like everyone acts like, oh, get this book. It's like there's so many of them.
Yeah. This book actually went up, which I was surprised.
Hey, I own that book.
You do have that book. You could sell it for $45 right now.
Well, hot damn.
Flipper. We got a speculator.
I'll buy it. All right. Anyone wants to buy it now? $100 right now.
$100.
I gotta find
it's a 9.8. I promise. It's hot.
It's close, I assume.
Yeah. Kaiser says, what covers that Doom book? Everyone in the comments is going crazy for Doom. Kaiser says Doom. Who is Doom? Yeah, no, Adi Granov?
Yeah.
Adi Granov. Marvel, this was in 2024 variant for Doom #1. Raw a year ago is $25. Now it's $16. Not bad. Cool cover.
Hey, get it until that next. Hey, when that Infinity War, Secret Wars, Doom Part 1 comes out or whatever it's called, that fucker's gonna spike up to $17.
Well, dude, that's why this one just they found out about Robert Downey Jr. and they were like, "Oh, this baby's gonna be hot." So,
but the good thing is in that, because I think it's the same book. So yeah, it's the same book. It's actually a good story.
That's
the one shot.
That's
really good. Yeah.
I remember you guys praising that one too.
Yeah, that's why I bought it, because I'm like, yeah, this is actually a really good book. I'll spend $8 on it.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right. So that's what we got for cover price. The last story that we have, and I promise this will be really quick, is who's that good looking guy? Look at this guy. Hey, he's got Prairie Gods trade paperback from Mad Cave Studios. Shane Connery, I always call him Sean Connery Volk. Shane Connery Volk, SCV, has his new trade paperback coming out here in, it's out today, or this was on Wednesday. So, but man, not only is this very exciting that the trade paperback is out, wonderful run of comics. I think this was a 5-issue mini. Each story a little bit different, with just a through line of the sheriff just kind of throughout each story. Not only does this come out, or is this out in comic shops right now, but if you guys look at the back cover, or maybe the interior, I haven't gotten a chance to go by my LCS yet, you will see the last pull quote is from Comic Shop Conversations. Boys, we made it. We finally did it. Made it in the Cool Kids. We are professional reviewers now. So that's it for us. It's been great. It was a great run. And we're just thankful for all of you, and glad to be here. So this will be the last show.
We're out of here.
Yeah. We're out of here. Yeah. But seriously, dude, like, how freaking cool that he took one of our quotes, and thanks to Kyle texted this to me and he goes, "We made it, boys," and just circled the pull quote. The quote is, "This is Shane Connery Volk succeeding on all fronts. Comic Shop Conversations." So yeah, man. And then right above that, he put a quote by Thinking Critical, who we know and love, Wes over there. He says, "The best car chase in a comic book since Batman White Knight. Shane Connery Volk is a superstar on the rise." And then the other one from Comics Beat says, "If you're a fan of classic Western, crime, or thriller films, or want a damn good single issue story, Shane Connery Volk is a creator to keep an eye on." So,
hell yeah.
This was pretty damn exciting, man. This was cool.
No, it was just something fun, and so I did reach out to him and said, "Hey, I saw this. Is this who I think it is? Like, is this us?" And he said, "Yeah, you guys were super nice to me, and you guys have always been great. So I just wanted to give you guys a shout out." And he really appreciated the love we showed him. And it's like it's easy when you have a very good product, and it's amazing. So yeah, it was no problem for us at all, and we appreciate it and love his work and excited to see what he does next. So
hell yeah.
Yeah, no, this was something that's kind of fun, and it kind of legitimizes us a little bit.
Makes us, this is why we do it. For the accolades. No, I'm kidding.
That's all I do it for. So, all right. So head over to the review.douchebags and best poll quote in a book.
Yep. That's us.
Yes, that's us.
We're going to win that award.
Vote often.
Vote with your votes. Vote with your reviews. And no, I mean, isn't there something like the YouTube the comic book YouTube awards is going on right now, and you can
is it going on right now? It just happened, didn't it?
Or maybe it already happened.
Oh,
yeah, you're right. It probably already just happened.
I don't know.
So,
but I could go and vote anyway for best poll quote on a book from a YouTuber. That'll be us.
That's us. Us. I'm sure we're on the running.
Yep. Put us up there.
Salty says, "Outstanding, more trusted than CNN or MSNBC." I sure hope so. So
it doesn't take much. Yep, that's true.
Yeah, right. You could just talk to a guy off the street and he probably knows more.
Yep.
Rudy says, "Will you all be signing that book?" Ooh, and if so, how much for the SIG?
It's just like Kramer signing Peterman's book. What's your name, darling?
Yeah.
He's at a signing and we all just come sit at his table.
Oh my god.
Hold on, we got this.
It's all right. Shane, we got it. Thank you though.
Shut up, man. Shut up, Shane.
Yeah. Who can I write this to?
Yeah.
Cindy. Oh, Cindy, thank you so much. Who are you? Well, I'm Peterman. Yeah. We'll start a bus tour. You know what?
Yeah, we'll start a bus tour
in Canada. And we'll talk about how all the thoughts and feelings that came into writing this book. Oh, man.
If I could set it up, you know how funny it would be if we find out and we just show up.
We get little Snickers bars to hand out to all the people in the bus.
Bite-sized 3x2.
Oh, man.
Okay, playtime's over.
Yeah. He's like, "Where are we going?" Or what does he say? Yeah, he goes, "Where are we going?" And he's like, "No more questions." Over the loudspeaker. Please turn tape over for next.
Yeah.
Oh man. Gavin says, last time I saw YouTube Comic Awards, it was a bunch of channels I never heard of. They probably like Kelly and Lansing. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the funny thing, man, is like when I was looking at the Comic Awards list of like channels, I'm like, I've never heard of any of these people, right?
None of them. And I'm like,
But-
who the fuck are they? Like,
Exactly. And not to say that that's a bad thing, because if our channel was on there, like the same thing would happen. People were like, who the hell is the Comic Crusader, right? Like, no, there are so many channels. It's impossible to know all of them. It really is.
Yeah.
And because comics is such a niche space in the first place, it's just tough to gain any traction. So
it is. You need you need that it factor. You need a hot chick. You need something like, you need a gimmick, you know, shtick, terrible takes like Pop and Polly. It's like, you need that thing.
That could be, yeah.
Yeah.
I think our competitive edge, our competitive advantage is that we give it to you raw, we give it to you straight. And I think that there are very few channels that do that anymore. So
I don't think any of those assholes do.
You don't
Honestly,
think so?
I really don't think anybody does, because
That they've got
praise
some
shit
sort of
books.
but maybe that's just because I'm like, I always wonder, is it just their taste or is it because they want access? And for a lot of them, it's just access, you know.
And they
but-
want to be respected by their peers. It's like, you realize these aren't peer, like, you consider
They're
some of
you-
these morons your peers. It's like,
they're other
no, I
YouTubers,
don't.
yeah.
I don't give a fuck who these people are. They're not my peers. Like, I really don't care who you are. But these guys, they want to be part of that club. So they're like, hey, let's all vote in this stupid thing that nobody cares about so we can all pretend to be important when we're not.
I don't know. There were just so many that I was like overwhelmed. I was just like, I'm good. Thank you so much. But like, you know, I won't partake. I'm just going to do my thing. And, you know, we have a great chat. We have great viewers and like fantastic fans and like such a rad fellowship around us that I would never need an award to be like, I don't know. Now people are gonna be like, oh, you're just coping because you didn't get an award. And it's like, no, seriously, like I'm good. Like
Don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Are we
like,
talking about the shit that Robbie always promotes?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there is that. But like this, to me, this is more of an award than I could ever ask for, right? Like this is from a creator who genuinely took the time to either watch one of our reviews or heard about it, then decided to put it on his like produced book. That to me is like, that's a sign of like, I have so much respect and just gratitude, right? That's freaking cool. And for someone like Shane Connery Volk, who is very, very talented. So yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't have a hard time finding quotes for saying how good he is. I guarantee it. So
I think the tough part is just getting, because like all these big shill channels won't review a book like his because maybe it's more niche or it's Mad Cave, right? And it's not Marvel or DC, but it's like his stuff blows those books out of the water. But oh well.
Hell yeah.
Ezekiel says most channels want the interviews from writers and artists. And you know, Ezekiel, that's a good point. I think the tough part is that, you know, if you would like, if we were to try and get an interview with a big name like a Scott Snyder or something, he would probably look at our content and go, these guys are problematic, right? And I get that. So like respect and shout out to like Jonathan Marks Baravecchia, Shane Connery Volk, Rini Draws, the Feral illustrator, Trish Forrester. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Trish has been on here. Like, shout out to those guys because they're like, I don't care. Like, you guys are going to promote my book. We're going to talk about it. We're going to have a great conversation, talk comics. Cool. That sounds awesome. Right. So,
Yeah. And I reach out to anybody and everybody, and like I say, hey, we'd love to have you on, and I love to hear your thoughts on stuff. And I've reached out to countless people, and mainly because I'm just curious. And it's like, it's like we had a chance, like we interviewed Mark Waid on the Comics Elite channel.
That's right. Yeah.
Talk to anybody, regardless how much of a man baby they are.
Yeah. I mean, you've also talked to EVS. You guys had an interview with him too on that channel. So.
Yeah, we had him on. He was great. I wish we had a chance to talk to him longer, but
yeah. Salty says you are problematic. That's the point. Objectivity and honesty. That can be problematic, Salty. Now this is the real question though. And chat, I hand it over to you. I give you a task, a quest, if you will. If one of you can find where this quote came from, please let me know, because we have hundreds of hours of live streams that I still need to go through and find where this quote came from. Because I don't know if it was me, Kyle, Drew, Josh. We don't know. So we know it came from Comic Shop Conversations. And I don't know if it was our year wrap up, like our 2024 in the wrap up, or if it was when we were reviewing the single first issue. I don't know, but
Kaiser says it was the award show.
Oh, it was the award show. Okay, like Kaiser, the award show where we were. Wait, the award show of the best and worst of 2024. Salty says it was a single first issue.
Oh, see, I assumed it was Max. It sounds like a Max thing.
It sounds like a Max quote. Maybe. So I don't know, but so I'm going to be looking through our live streams. Kaiser says he'll find it. Well, Kaiser, if you're on the case, let us know, good sir. We appreciate all the hard work. So, Ezekiel said, but y'all would get a Zub or Jeremy Adams interview, and that says a lot. Hopefully, man, dude, we would love, like, I would be ecstatic to have Zub on here.
I would love to listen to Jim Zub talk. I just would be like, all right, talk about Conan. I'll just say,
yep. I just honestly, turn off my camera, sit back, and just go, you have the live stream. This is yours.
I do think the times are changing where the scrutiny on, you're on this channel is fading a little bit. Like the David Peposes of this world writing night letter. Well, I mean, he'd still write a night letter. But a lot of these writers, especially for the big two, are desperate to get out there and promote their book somewhere because it's so controlled. And a lot of times, if you're doing an actual interview where you're submitting questions, the PR team is all over it. They're the ones that are kind of dictating how you answer and what you answer and what you can be asked. So if they can just go onto a live stream and shoot the shit, and it's presented as, oh no, I'm getting interviewed, this isn't an interview for the book, then they want to do it.
Okay. Nice.
And then talk about.
And I reached out to the PR team for Ghost Machine. I said, hey, we'd love to have Jason Fabok on here. Anybody, Jeff Johns, and they're like, yeah, just go ahead and reach out to so and so, and here's their email, get it set up. And I was like, cool. I sent them 3 emails, didn't hear fuck all back. I said, hey, here's our channel. This is what we do. I'd love to have them on. Just give me dates and times that work for you. We normally go live at this date, on Fridays at this time. If that doesn't work, we can figure out a time, but we would love to set up a time to talk, especially to Jason, because I just love to hear him talk about shit. Now, I heard they're both kind of boring as fuck, so we'd have to kind of like oomph it up a little bit. And
Jason can be a little...
Yeah, it's like, all right, we got to kind of jack him off a little bit on the show to kind of pipe him up. It's like, okay, fine, we could do that.
Fluff him. We got to be professional fluffers. Yeah,
100%.
He's definitely Canadian. That's all I can say.
See?
Oh,
so you got to watch your mouth.
Quiet. Yeah.
Max. No
cussing. Yeah, that's me. Yeah.
So I'm gonna keep trying, and like I reach out to Mike Perkins. Like I want to get him on to talk about the fucking Stand. I got 1,000 questions about that goddamn. I want to know everything about it. So a lot of these guys don't respond.
I think it's follow up, and I think the tough part is like they may not respond at first, but like if you follow up, they'll be like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, I was busy with this thing. Thank you for sending me like a follow up email later." But yeah, the tough thing with like Zub and Fabok and these guys is like they're big names, and so they're probably super busy, and their inboxes are probably flooded with different opportunities.
Yeah.
So it's just having the discernment. They're probably having the discernment to try and say like, what's a good show I could go on, or do I have time to go on this show? But yeah,
that's
all
where
being
that PR person should be managing that. Like they should be the ones managing who and when and if it's possible and not. And so instead of 50 million people emailing like Jason Fabok, it's that one person that's the conduit channeling that information through. I think sometimes too, it's a matter of, when will this be most convenient or beneficial for you? We would love to have you on.
Yep.
That's a good point.
So like, I think it's late, the fall of this year is when Rook relaunches.
Yes.
So that would probably be a good time, right before, or right at, to be like, hey, we'd love to have you on.
Yeah.
Or pre-record, because sometimes it's a matter of like, oh, I can't fit it in with the timing of your live stream. So maybe it's like, hey, can we pre-record something with you to utilize for our live stream? So
and Jim Zub is about to come out with the not Serpent Society. I'm thinking of Captain America, but this new Serpent tie-in. So he did the Battle of the Blackstone, and that was that like 4 or 5 issue miniseries. Now he's going to do something with this Serpent Society thing, and that's going to be another kind of spin-off / tie-in. That's the Robert E. Howard universe. So maybe we talk to him about that, right? And how it plays into Conan, because once that gets launched, then that could be something we promote, and help out. So that's another option. But honestly, I would just be like, can you just tell the exact same thing you did at that panel in Dallas? And like, we're just going to shut up and listen to you for an hour. So
Mike's on mute. You got it. It's all you.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's all you, buddy.
Honestly, I don't know if he could recreate that. I think he was on
No.
such a high and so passionate from getting the award, being at Robert E. Howard's house at his desk, all that jazz.
That was such a dude, that was a once in a lifetime. We were in the right spot at the right time. We happened to like he was there at the convention that happened to be like 2 hours. There's no other, and he was just riding that high. No other way that happens in another alternate universe. So well, Kaiser, I appreciate this, brother. He says you guys are heating up. I thank you, and that means a lot. Serpent War.
Hell yeah. Oh,
speaking of Serpent. Oh yeah. Well, he won't talk to you. Maybe he'll talk to me. But
all right, you reach out. He'll ignore me.
We'll see what I can do. Well, he did like my tweet when I posted that I had that Roberto De La Torre original art.
Oh, see, so you got the.
So I've got the in. I can say, hey, remember I'm the guy, who spent his savings on. No, I'm kidding.
Well, that's what I was doing with Mike Perkins. I'm like, hey, I spent a fuck ton of money on your original piece here, asshole. You come on here and talk. And the guy that I bought it from, I was going back and forth when I was his broker, the broker firm that deals with all of his art. That guy was super cool. He's like, oh, dude. He's like, I love that piece. I'm like, dude, I do too. I love the stand. It's one of my all-time favorites. He's like, me too. I own one of the original covers that he did. I was like, oh, dude, that's badass. And so we were just chit-chatting back and forth through email. And I said, I'd love to talk to Mike about stuff. And he said he's really horrible about, dates, timelines, getting stuff in. But he's like, just reach out and say, hey, you purchased this piece of art, and say that you love to talk to him. So I did twice. I emailed him twice, but at some point I'm just like, okay, I'm just a pest. Like, I don't know when to stop. It's like 2 times. If I don't hear anything, then I'm like, all right, I'll kind of let it go. But again,
it's tough.
It's tough.
It's tough to know when, like you said, when you're being too aggressive or when you need to be the squeaky wheel that gets the grease, right? And there's a fine line between you're getting on my nerves and I really need to respond back to this guy because he's being really, he's being really diligent. So
I heard Mike Perkins was like, yeah, some fuckwad named Keel is like, oh, I bought your shit, and he's using his white privilege and thinking he can buy my time. Like, you
Yeah.
bought my art, dumbass. It was there to be bought. Fuck off.
Yeah.
So that's what I heard happen.
Yep.
So
That tracks. Yeah.
Probably accurate. And I probably should have called him an asshole in the email. But
Hey, I mean, speaking of white privilege, we got a little bit of white privilege in Fire and Ice this week. Did you guys read that
I
book?
did not read it, so I'm curious.
You missed out.
I avoided that like the plague. Are you kidding me?
Oh, I'm the only one who took the sword on that one. Gosh.
You did.
Oh, don't act like it pained you to read it, Max. Come
that
on.
was the first book you read, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
if it's the first one I read, then everything else after will seem like it's heaven because it's like anything's better than that.
You sat down with your laptop and you had your little coffee, your little iced coffee that you get, and you're like,
With my headphones.
Fire and Ice. Ooh.
With my challenged headphones.
Oh yeah, yep.
Those are the nice ones.
Ah.
Well, I guess it's about that time to talk about our comic book reviews. And y'all know me, we got to start out strong with the man who is strong himself, Conan the Barbarian, issue number 21. It still baffles me that out of 21 issues, really only 2 of them have been ones that I have like disliked. And even when I say dislike, it's not like I'll never read this again. It's more so just like this didn't do it for me, you know?
Agreed.
Do you so you guys got a chance to read this? Does this feel like this could hold its weight against what Roberto De La Torre and Jim Zub were doing previously with their Battle of the Blackstone stuff? Because we do get a new illustrator, a new artist here doing the interior illustrations. But I'm here. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. But I'm still kind of digging it. Like it's cleaner, and it's not as John Buscema, right? Buscema, but it's still got that vibe, and I think a lot of the tones and textures and line work is still very similar. Like this panel in particular. You can still tell. But yeah, thoughts overall about the book?
I didn't read it.
Oh, you didn't read it?
No, I'm kidding.
That's a shame.
Oh.
That's a shame.
I'd have to go back and look. I'd be curious if it's the same inker and the same colorist, because that could help kind of keep some of that same tone and vibe.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Part of me makes me wonder if they very purposely chose such a unique artist for the, what was that, like 4-issue arc that they did recently? That was the female.
Oh, right. Yeah, the B-lit one that was focused on her. Yeah.
Yeah. Part of me wonders if they very purposely chose an artist that was so different for that short story. So that coming out of that, you're like, oh, okay, this feels like a return to form. Whereas
Essentially,
if you had, De La Torre's art followed by this, you'd probably be like, oh, I don't know, it just doesn't live up. Is that, you know what I'm saying?
Totally. Yeah. I mean, it's like, no, that's actually a really good point. Yeah.
But yeah, no, for me, this worked. I thought this was a fun story. Read it. I laughed out loud at one point. So, you know what point I'm talking about?
I do like the.
I can take a guess because there's one part I did find really funny in this. There was one line.
I'm trying to think. Is it later in the book?
A little bit, yeah.
Is it when he's with the girl?
Yeah, when she
slightly thereafter.
Yeah, repaying
right here. Yeah.
Very well.
He just picks her up and just like, all right, well then you want to repay your debts to me? Let's go. Yeah. I mean, that's Conan. Like this is very accurate to the character, which I love. But yeah, man, the way that they draw him and the way that he's just got this like this swagger about him. He's got this charisma. I do like this panel, which is like, no more peasants, you know. It's very smug and just like something's wrong here, right?
What is his line? Because his line was funny there too, with the flower girl.
Keep your flowers, girl.
yeah,
I will
I'll
do without. Yeah. Well, because so the basic premise of this is, which I mean, I said in my review, this is dense. You travel multiple different places, you get multiple different character introductions, but nothing feels rushed and nothing feels like and then this happens, and then this happens, and then this happens. Everything smoothly has a nice transition into the next like pace.
He also does something that they don't do in comics much anymore. Like the big two have a big thing against this, where Jim Zub will narrate the story.
Yeah.
And a lot of your big two have gotten away from that, or they'll only have the internal monologue instead of just the narration. And sometimes you just need the narration. Like you're able to cover so much ground naturally. And yeah, it's exposition, but you get it out of the way. Like it's a new arc, a new beginning. There's going to be people jumping in for the first time. You get that narration kind of out of the way, and you don't have this awkward dialogue where it's characters talking about something to try to catch people up, where you're like, no one would ever fucking talk like this. What are we doing? And then, you get into the story where, I mean, they're in this new town. Everyone's super nice, super friendly. And Conan is, sus of it completely. Like he's just like, something's off here. So he's refusing to eat the food, or he's barely eating. He's barely drinking. And then I love this kind of nighttime panels as well. Yeah.
I think to your point about the dialogue and the exposition here, one, Zub writes well enough to where the exposition doesn't feel like an exposition dump. It doesn't feel heavy, and it always feels informative and like you're gaining something that you wouldn't have otherwise, right?
Well, yeah.
Like, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's that narration though. Like he's actually providing a narration.
Oh, totally.
And then that's what I'm saying. Like you're getting just normal information that feels natural in how you're consuming it, opposed to two characters talking about what Conan just did last night. Why isn't Conan eating? I don't know. I bet Conan feels like like that's the shit we're getting in the big two right now, which just doesn't work. But yeah,
or it'll be like
writer.
Or it'll be like a caption box, and it's like Conan 32 hasn't eaten in 2 days, angry, and it's like
they would say hangry, not angry.
Hangry, yeah, for sure.
Angy, yeah, hangry. What was the other? Oh, and plus, I think the old Savage Sword of Conan stories and the Roy Thomas comics, they had a lot of this narration in there as well. Because you can't have, Conan is a loner at a lot of the times, so you have to have this narration going on, or else Conan's just kind of talking to himself. So
right, and that's what was going to be my point. Is it's almost like an expectation. It's like when I go into a Conan book, I expect this type of storytelling to be done, and he does it correctly, and so we give him that. It's like that's just a given. That's what you expect when you go into a Conan book, and if you're not familiar with it, it can kind of seem, like you said, very dense and heavy, and it's like, oh boy, it's like, look, this is just how it's expected when you read a Conan book. This is just kind of what it is, and so you just kind of go with it, and he's earned that right to tell the story this way, because that's kind of how it's done, and you go with it because it's done correctly. And we would be able to tell very quickly that it's like, oh, something's off, and it's probably the way he's telling the story.
Great points all around, and the story, like we were saying earlier, kind of unfolds pretty naturally, because as you guys alluded to earlier, once Conan gets to this city, he's rescued this woman, he's saved this woman from this like foul beast. He brings her back to this town, but when he gets there, he starts thinking like, why do you not have any guards? Where are your walls? Where's this? Where's that? And he's like looking around, he's like, this town has no one here. Everyone is like willing to welcome us, and they're giving us free food. and the word that keeps continuing to come around is kindness begats kindness. And immediately you're like,
I like these
I don't
people.
know.
All right, good for you.
No. Like, I don't know about that. That sounds like a big virtue signal to me if I've ever heard one.
Very Canadian of you.
We're just gonna be kind. Just come on in. We're kind. But little do we know that these weirdo, smiling, kind people are actually kidnapping the villagers, putting them away into a cage, and then saving them for later when this kind of serpent queen gets her look at them. Yes, ma'am. So,
Please.
I did like this panel though, where he goes, "Step forth, and I'll paint these walls with your blood."
Hell
And I was
yeah.
like, "Nice, nice. We're back, baby." So,
I love it. They're just like, "Oh shit, he's awake."
they're like, "Oh
They
god,
expect him to be knocked out, and they're like, "Oh fuck,
what are we gonna do now?"
not hell."
Oh god, he's gonna kill me. What's the line when in Die Hard when he meets Hans Gruber? Oh god, you're one of them, aren't
You're
you?
one of them, aren't you? You're one of them.
And his like American accent is just awful.
Yes.
But the cool part is when we get to see that this sorcerer actually has some powers.
Yes, she does.
And she's like, "No, let's keep this one alive because he's got some feistiness to him."
Sure.
And
that's
they
what
ended
it is.
up putting him in a gladiatorial pit. So pretty exciting, pretty cool stuff. And we'll find out that next issue,
Is
he will be I guess fighting this big guy, but under the the dictatorship of Thoth Amon, Stygian Grand Sorcerer and Master of the Black Ring. Why's it got to be black?
Good question.
Yeah, but great splash page, great final page here. I thought the art was fantastic, and yeah, it does some good stuff here.
Yep. I really have nothing bad to say about the book. It was just a lot of fun.
It's just solid, man. Yeah. There's nothing that's like I would have preferred this, or this could have been done better, or this was off. Like, no, everything felt just super solid, return to form. I was like, cool. That's what I want.
A lot of fun, banging chicks, killing dude. I mean, it really had everything that I want out of Conan.
It hits those beats. And like some people would be like, "Oh, that's predictable." And it's like, I don't care. That's what I want. Like,
that's what I want out of Conan, though.
I want them like cutting off heads. I want them banging chicks. I want them drinking beer. And I want them put in a situation that we don't know if he can get out of. Right. And he somehow finds a way. Like
always finds a way. Insurmountable odds. Can't do it. Can't be done. And then he does it.
He's totally banging the serpent chick before the end of the arc, though, right?
You think so?
He better.
I hope so. With a body like that, he better take advantage of what she has in store for him. Or what if they pull a switcheroo? Because you know how like female spies, like you'll get a Black Widow who uses her art of seduction to get the secrets from the male mob boss or whatever. What if Conan uses his art of seduction to get information from the female? Ooh,
he might.
know.
Who could resist?
Who could resist this shirtless barbarian?
Hell yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, all that being said,
after the line after he bangs her, it's like after she was satisfied, after she was like suitably satisfied, or it's like he's so sure of himself, he's like, "Oh no, I fucked her good." Like obviously, it was just like, of course, I fucked her to the point where she's exhausted and asleep.
Wait, up here where he leaves.
Yes.
Once Livia is suitably exhausted and Night's shadowy mantle has arrived. Yeah. It's all part of Conan's plan. Yep.
I love it.
He's like, oh, finally, now that she's asleep, I can
Yep.
actually go get some work done.
Yeah, it's so damn good.
now that I banged her so good into a coma,
Right.
I can finally go get some work done in this place.
Yep.
What a boss. Gosh,
God, I
that's
love
so
it.
great. That's
Yep.
such a funny, yeah. The fact that you point that out is hilarious because I noticed that at first and I was like, is he actually doing it? And then I was like, oh yeah, I guess he is doing that, huh?
Yes, he is.
That's great. This panel reminded me of, for all you It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia watchers, when when the McBoyle twins are like hanging off the roof and one of them's like, oh, don't let go, and he's like, I'm never gonna let go, and then Frank comes in with a 2x4 and he goes, oh, you're gonna let go, and then like hits him off the top rung. Oh well, but we just need to get Josh to watch more Sunny in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
It's happening. It is happening. So don't worry.
Hey, Gavin gets the reference. Are you okay? I think I bruised my heel, but other than that, I should be fine. Conan's pipe laying service, best in Hyboria. The Hyborian age.
Mm.
Yeah, Salty loves that Conan.
How can you not?
Andy Masterson in the chat. Great to see you, brother. Enough talk. Slice. Yeah. Sometimes that's what you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next up, do we want to do a bad one or a good one?
We can do a bad one.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Now that I think about it, I know just the one that we need to talk about.
You're doing giant size X-Men, aren't you?
No, even worse.
Oh, you didn't like this.
Oh
Max
my
didn't
God.
like
I
this.
swear.
Kyle.
Really?
All right, Kyle, let's hear you out. Let's hear what he's got to say.
I want to
Josh,
hear
and-
you. You're in
No,
the
no,
minority here. So you
please.
please explain to me why this wasn't good. Please.
Well, I have a 25-minute video explaining why it's not good. So the
no
people
one's
want to hear
watching
from
that.
you, Kyle.
No one here.
No one's watching that. All of Rock and Robbie's fans are like suppressing it. They're,
Down.
this is this is a dope cover though.
Yeah, I do like.
That's
the
all I
cover.
read was the cover, so I assumed it was good.
Well, I will say I saw the cover and I was like, "Yo, this looks badass." And then I saw Greg Pak, and I was like, "Oh,
It's gonna be even better."
No.
Oh.
why?"
So yeah, I mean, for like without any dialogue, I'm seeing this and I'm going, we may have something here, right?
Mm-hmm. And we do.
Unfortunately, there's writing in the book.
Good writing.
There are words here.
that derpy face on fucking Silver Surfer. God, I
Yeah.
God, I
think
hate
it's
that face.
smushed. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, Kyle, what did you love about Death of Silver Surfer? Did he die?
Not in the way that I wanted. I wanted
that's
him fucking dead. Like,
you wanted Kelly Coe, the girl boss.
yes,
No,
I wanted
to
him
just-
DED dead. I mean, I wanted her just to keep fucking just putting bullets in his fucking head because he's a piece of shit and deserves to die.
I mean, she gets pretty damn close.
She does, and I'm like, seems really easy.
Yeah.
I mean, she,
Like,
Too
it
easy.
seems
yeah, because
Yeah.
I know she's the bestest ever, and they made a
Bestest.
very strong case for why she is the best at everything she does, and I appreciate that. But I'm like, it's still Silver Surfer though. Like, I don't care what kind of mech suit you have or what chimichurris you're cooking in the morning or whatever the fuck is going on. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm like, I don't know if I can believe this like right now.
That's
the best panel in the book right there.
This one is so freaking rad.
So fucking cool.
Yeah, this
Makes
is
no
awesome.
goddamn sense, but really fucking cool. So I'm like, you know what? go
No,
for it.
it makes sense. He's just using the power cosmic
Sure.
into a black hole, maybe, or something.
Sure.
I don't know.
That makes
That's
more
why
sense.
he makes a little wormhole into black
Yeah.
hole and poof, shows up on the Earth.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
it's awesome.
Uh-huh.
But no, by far it's either this one or the battle. The battle scene is pretty cool
Oh
too.
yeah.
This one's pretty rad.
Mhm.
There's just so much going on. It's like, oh my god.
No, yeah, I love. There are aspects of this that I legitimately loved,
Agreed.
and I would say the first third of the book I didn't mind. The
Mhm.
moment you get Kelly Coe introduced,
Oh,
I was
man.
just like, whoa, why? Like, it's so
Different
clear
book.
that this is the bait and switch. It's very clear that by the end of the series, she's most likely going to end up taking the Silver Surfer mantle. This
Yeah.
whole force narrative about we got to make sure you understand. Well, one, this is the obligatory, like, oh, isn't she cool, kids? They're talking about Riz. Oh,
That's
Funny.
exactly it. That's exactly it.
And if you think I'm joking, they actually are. Like the line, oh, go back up
Yeah.
just a smidge. The line is, it's Riz. Did you know that? Don't say Riz, Ma. Like,
Are you going to have a mentee B? Like a mental breakdown?
yeah,
Is that what that's a real term too?
yes.
I've never heard of that.
I didn't go
but
that far.
Apparently Greg Pak knows. So
He's cool with the kids, yo.
yeah. I read an
You
article.
guys-
It's kind of jokey term, right? But also serious, a way to start talking about stress and mental health.
That's right.
Yay.
You guys just don't understand. You're not one of the cool kids.
Yay, kids, mental health. Don't you want to know
Yes.
about? Yeah. It's like, and then she goes, "Oh, okay, Ma, I'm gonna be late." Blah blah. So yeah, very Gen Z-ish, right? But then it's when we get to like Iron Man mech suit. She's just the bestest ever. I think even multiple times up here where the robot's like, "Do you want me to call in for backup?" And she's like, "Nope, I'm fine. I got it." He's
Yeah,
like,
she's
"Oh
like,
yeah."
hell no, didn't think so.
Yeah.
Because you're so good.
Well, then
And
later you
then-
have that guy that's like, oh, we expect nothing less from you. You were the number one agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. for the
Oh,
past 10
God.
years. And
Top
you
of
were
your
the number
class,
one-
best at this,
Yeah.
great at pickleball. It's like everything else. It's like
You're
sure.
MARSOC
compared to
Marine
you at
Corps
school.
Special Forces, but also Navy SEAL and a Army, jump like everything and anything that you could possibly imagine. She's that.
Mhm.
So
And
Uh,
honestly, like, not to kind of go off on a separate tangent, but if you're going to do this, why are you creating a brand new character that has never shown up in any other book before to suddenly serve as this? Like, you have characters that fit this role that
Mhm.
exists that haven't been used for a while.
yeah.
You could go the Melinda May route if you wanted. Like, Asian chick, it would make sense. You have to do less to convince people because some people will like recognize that character. You could go technically, if you want to keep her Asian, Quake is half Asian. You could still go that route. And it's like, all right, we're going back to whatever the fuck nuts Bendis book or whatever it was from. But, it's just like, what? So much of this, I just irritated the fuck out of me.
Or you just don't have that person at all. You
Well,
just get them out of the
preferably,
book. Yeah,
I'm just trying to give options that if you are going to insist on doing this, like,
totally.
you have established characters that already kind of fit these parameters without having some faggot or they them. I don't know what this guy is. Be like, oh, you're the bestest ever. So,
And then they tried to break like the fourth because they're trying to be relevant. So they're trying to be
Yeah.
like modern and hip and cool. So they're trying to break the fourth wall. So the guy's like, superheroes are too tied up with the government, not ready to poke that particular bear just yet. Mutants are out. Kids love them. Supernatural weirdos, too weird. But aliens are the sweet spot. That's where we got to kill them or whatever. And it's like, mutants are out, kids love them. I'm just like, oh my
No,
god,
no.
okay.
Nice
I know the X-Men 92 series or whatever that was,
97.
97,
bigot.
yeah.
wow.
But yeah, so all that being said, Kelly just like goofs him.
Yeah.
Pretends to get hurt.
He's
yeah.
like, oh, I need help, and he's like, she uses like his goodwill and then just kills
Shoots
him,
him right in the dick. Yeah.
shoots him right in the chest, right in the heart.
Yeah.
And then finishes she's like tick, 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 just as he's
Yeah.
laying there. Yeah, it's seeing something like this is just it's so disrespectful to the character, and it just like you're just like, what the hell are you thinking?
Well, it's a Silver Surfer book where he's the supporting character in his own book. But it feels
100%.
like
Yeah.
not only is he a supporting character in his own book, but he feels like he's only here for the first issue. Because everything in this story is built around Kelly Coe and her mission. And her mission is to stop Silver Surfer until this point. And now he is not the mission, and Scar is.
Yeah, you really don't get Silver Surfer's point for being in the issue. That's a really good point. Yeah.
Well, I mean, everything about how this issue ends says, all right, cool. Well, we're done with Silver Surfer. Now, next month, we're going to hunt down Scar. Come back. It's Kelly Coe.
Until eventually we get Galactus.
I fucking find out.
Back.
We'll take care of the rest. Yeah.
Like we'll bring Galactus back from.
He looks like he's in a cast.
Sure.
I did want to read this from Greg Pak though. So he says, hold on one sec. I may have to change my headphones. But he says, I'm thrilled to be writing the Surfer again in a story that fully embraces Norrin Rad. I also love Kelly Coe, our newest addition to the Marvel Universe, who's absolutely terrible in what I hope are painfully relatable ways. He says, Norrin Rad was alone, hated, and feared by the strangers he encountered, yet always striving to do the right thing and find meaning in the world and exist in itself. Shoot, where is that? He's got a quote in here that basically says like, I wanted to talk about like people being othered or something like that, but I can't find it.
Oh yeah, the third paragraph. Yeah, the bottom.
Oh, is it?
Right there.
Yeah. I'm particularly thrilled to be working on a deeply relevant story about the eternal struggle against manufactured hatred and fear of the other. So I'm like,
I agree.
Why? That doesn't sound.
Why do we
like...
have to hate? Why can't we?
Yeah, manufactured hatred, I guess, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Just love and kindness, guys.
Yeah.
He could have written a story about Silver Surfer, but nah.
That's been done before.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can switch to my other headphones here real quick. Give me one sec.
Switch real quick.
But while I switch, I'm gonna bring up. So that was Silver Surfer.
So it's recommended.
Oof, for you maybe.
It's a good book.
What do you guys think about Absolute Bane Man, Buttman? This
what to think?
This was great, right?
Yeah, so good, so cool.
Yeah.
Love that tiny peanut head you got there, buddy.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what I dislike about this book is stuff that's been, active and current since day one. I hate how small Gotham is in the respect that Bruce is friends with all these fucking people that are villains in our main continuity, and now they're not villains here, but they're still kind of villains and they still have their names. None of it makes sense. But for me, it just lessens your story and makes your narrative feel smaller holistically in terms of that universe. And I'm just not a fan of this. Like, I know some people like it. I think if you take it for being just over the top crazy, you can have some fun with it. But it feels like they're trying to take it seriously, and then they're doing shit that's not serious at all, but they just don't get it. So
that's the tough part, is the tone of this book. I don't know what the tone is here.
Like,
yeah, I feel like it switches.
Yeah, I can't take this seriously. I'm sorry.
And he shouldn't. This should be campy, stupid, midnight movie fun. And it's not that. This is just, it's trying to be serious, and there is so much gobbledygook in the fucking middle of this book that I was going cross-eyed, just being like, Jesus Christ, just get the fucking Bane. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit in here.
Yep.
I just want to see these two guys fucking fight.
That's how my brain was working. And I felt bad because I was like, am I not giving this a good enough chance here? But my brain, from probably when I saw these panels, and it's just,
Oh,
I don't know what it is, but the panel layouts for these just seems so like they slow the story down. Nothing seems like it flows well.
Well, it
You
doesn't,
have-
because you're going through trying to figure out what panel's next.
So
like, which way do you read this? Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, so he kicks him, but then he punches him here, breaks a bone, another punch, ambulance, dead people incoming. And it's just it's a lot, and it just feels very like stilted. Like it's just like just like one panel. Instead of maybe having like the other Batman book where it's these large spanning, like incredibly creative layouts where everything makes sense and you're able to your eye is able to follow everything that's happening. You're able to follow this one here too, but it just feels so jolting. Like nothing ever has any type of flow here. But
right. And the things that should be expanded upon are just done. Like that's a joke. That first page, it's funny. It's supposed to be funny. Like he is beating the fuck out of so many people that they're having to use ride shares and then like rickshaws at some point to bring people to the hospital. Like that's supposed to be funny. And I'm just like, there is so much on this panel. I'm like, you're not letting the joke breathe and let it expand and like actually have fun with this over the topness. It's just so fast. I'm just like, okay.
And you could have showed this in multiple pages as opposed to the constant, like all this stuff. Once we got to this stuff, I was like, fuck, I'm done. I am so done.
So done.
And it goes on way too long.
Way too long about stuff that nobody cares about. And then it's like, what is happening now? We're in a flashback. Okay, so he's going to get the big fight. And it's like, okay, cool. Okay, now we're back to, it's like, all right, now we're back to Arkham and Alfred is hanging out with him again. Like, cool. This is what I want again.
Yep.
Well, there's also like that narration from Alfred throughout the book. It starts at the beginning and goes to the end. But honestly, we only needed the end.
Yeah. That's a good point. So what did y'all think about having Arc M underwater? Like under this, like, you know,
kind of James Bondy, like, sure. Yeah, it can work.
It's
I like
cool.
that panel. Like, that's a cool page. Like, I really like that shot. That's
very
a nice
ominous
shot. I really like that. It gives the scope. It gives that, you know, what I like it pulled back a little bit more probably, but like that's still really cool. I really like that shot.
Totally. I agree.
MacNeil said pull out.
Giggity.
But he also says he goes hard in the taint. So I don't know which one I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, I
here.
got to keep him guessing. You never know.
Yeah. Now the real question is we get the subversion here because there's always got to be a twist, you know, a twist. And Scott Snyder's twist here is that for Bane, this big steroided out mutant monster abomination, instead of smashing Batman, he has the weird, like little, you know, like pinpoint
5-point palm finger death punch thing from like Kill Bill. Yeah.
Yep. And all he needs to do is just touch Batman on that one nerve or that one tendon or that one pressure point, and Batman loses the ability to use his arm. And you're like,
sure. It's kind of fun. Again, it's fun and goofy. I'm like, okay, I can go with this if this is the book. But you did not earn this. You did not earn this spot in this book. You set up. You had way too much bullshit in here to trying to legitimize this to where, again, this is fun and goofy. It's like, go with this. You can't have this. We're gonna have a serious conversation about, you know, friendship and Gotham and what it means and what you're doing to the city and how we're gonna fix this and what ramifications. It's like, What are you talking about? Nobody cares.
Mm.
But also, I'm also trying to figure out like what is Bane in this? Like, where does he come from? What's his background? Right.
That's a
So
good question.
he almost seems like a terrorist when you're at the beginning, or a
Mhm.
mercenary when you're at the beginning. But then you get to the end, and you've got Alfred, or quote unquote Pennyworth, given his monologue, which kind of hints that there's a history here of him potentially working and like no he. It's alluded to that he knows so much of what's going on, he just never shared with Bruce.
Yeah.
But
But
isn't
I
it?
hate- that looks so fucking awful.
That-
You don't like this?
That's so bad. Like,
But you guys don't like
So
that
bad.
for as big as Bane is, he doesn't actually have to use his muscles because he just did do 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 do. That's the funny part. That's the juxtaposition. That's the twist, right? Isn't
I
that
didn't mind that as much. I thought that was kind of fun.
kind of clever?
goofy.
Well, is it clever or fun?
It's not. It's fun. It's
Okay.
stupid fun. Like again, I want to go
Okay.
with the stupid fun midnight movie of this version of this Batman, which is what it should be.
Okay.
Because this Batman's already a hulking monster, and to go up against a bigger hulking
I guess that's
monster
true. Yeah.
who then somehow can move faster than you is hysterical. So I'm like, yeah,
That is pretty funny. I think in my review I said that it was an idiotic subversion. It just felt. I see Scott in a like in a group of other people, and he's like, "Guys, so what if?" Right? Like that's how I feel like he starts every sentence. So I'm like, I feel like he subverts things for the sake of subversion.
yeah.
But
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know.
100%.
You know.
Like had this boner for everyone being associated with Bruce since the New 52.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
even in the New 52, he was trying to get it where like people either worked for Bruce at Wayne Tech or Wayne whatever it was, Wayne Industries.
Yeah.
Just it's too much. But
Yeah.
and yeah, go ahead.
No, if you're already this effective at taking out Bruce, why the fuck do you need Venom? Why do you need to get big? Like, what's the point? Like, I already beat you with fingers. Why do I need to turn into a giant hulking monster now that I've already beaten you?
Yeah.
I
He's
don't
like,
get it.
now I'm even more of an abomination.
I'm more
Like, now,
bigger.
yeah. This looks like unhealthy though. Like doesn't he
No,
shouldn't he die from
it
this?
looks like a massive cancer cells.
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
Like
Which I guess is the point.
turned into Bane or
Mhm.
Bane-ish.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, this whole thing with him like actually venoming out just feels like I'll show you mine if you show me yours type of thing. Like, yeah, I don't know. Not a
I don't
fan.
know.
interesting. Well, overall, would you guys say? Well, because if we were to look at League of Comic Geeks right now, there is nothing below a 4-star review. Like nothing. I looked. I hunted, Rob. I couldn't find a single review that was under 4. I just don't get it. I don't know if. Yeah.
You're
sorry, go
forgetting
ahead.
the most important thing though, that this is Rockin' Robbie's pick of the week.
Oh, that's right.
This was his pick of the week.
This was his pick of the week.
Oh,
Bruh.
It's my
over
pick of the week.
pick of the week over Dark Patterns. Oh,
Yeah.
Over Conan.
over Conan. 5, 5, 5, 4, 5, 5, 4.5, 5, 4, 4.5, 4, 4, 5, 3.5. Oh no! Block them.
Canceled.
Kicked. Blocked. 4.5, 5, 5, 5, 4.5. Oh, look who it is! MG. Finally, MG. Actually speaking some truth. So there's our 1.5 star.
There you go.
Well, MG is a 5-star in our heart, but he gave the book a 1.5 star.
Yep.
5, 4,
yeah.
5.
I was gonna say a 2, just because there were a couple things in here that I thought were fun, but that's
And that's it, right? Is that there's a panel layout, maybe two, that look pretty cool. Nick Dragota's art does well for the panel where he's looking at Arc M. Other than that, it's like
He can't draw faces worth of shit.
No,
like
he can't.
if it's a human face, it's awful.
it's not his strong suit. He's really good at drawing like fun, over the top action. Like if you were to do like a Big Trouble in Little China or something, like wild.
Sure.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Mm.
All right. There was one more. Oh, well, actually, I do want to do this because you guys read another Batman book. But before we talk about that one, I would like to just briefly cover Dark Patterns.
I guess.
Because I thought this was far superior.
Then,
Then Absolute.
Absolute. Yeah.
Oh,
okay. I thought you were talking about the other one. I'm like,
Yeah, Robin and I was like, no.
They're both pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, out of the three, would you choose Robin and Batman or Dark Patterns?
I would choose Robin and Batman because that had a more personal thing for me.
Wow.
Personally. But this was damn good. I had a lot of fun with this.
This is damn good.
I love that panel. I love that
Oh.
shot. That is such a cool, fun shot.
It's perfect, man.
I really like that.
It is so odd that he does so poorly in Wonder Woman and then kicks ass in Batman.
Whoa. Come on, man.
Oh no, I did it again.
You're canceled again. You're double canceled.
Stop
Stop the show.
Stop the show.
And we thought you were an ally.
Wait, we're live. Oh no.
I can't. I
Got
can't be
him.
affiliated with this. I don't think so.
Yeah. Oh, Kyle's off
No.
camera. Now it's bad. Oh, we'll never get Jim Zub on. Speaking going back a little bit, Gavin had said that Scott Snyder's trying to handle way too many characters, and that I was spot on with the panels in the pages of the review and how much of a mess it is. Well, I appreciate it, Gavin, and yeah, that even Ezekiel was like the flow is totally off. I'm surprised that no one else mentioned it. Actually,
How good? It's perfect.
Am I surprised? Yeah, but
no, too many people are trying to get that clout. They're trying to get that access. So
yeah,
no.
But no, great starting panel, wonderful, and I actually really love this dialogue about Bruce talking about how the city is like an infection and it's trying to burn him out like a fever. You know, like if they burn the city so much that they'll get rid of Bruce by burning him out. And I was like, that's fucking brilliant, dude.
Yeah.
So good.
Love it.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan Waters can be a good writer, and then he can also suck terribly.
What other books has he been on?
He did the Arkham at World's End or whatever it was. It was like a little mini maxi series that was really, honestly, pretty damn good. Well, he's one of the writers with Ramsey on the One Hand and the Six Fingers.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But he also did something that was Destro. Yeah, so he did the Destro book.
Okay.
He did something that wasn't great though, and I can't remember what it was. Hold
on. Here we see more of those panel layouts, and we get introduced to the what is it called? The Rookery. That looks basically just like a shanty town.
It's definitely a Hooverville or something you'd see in like the Fallout game or something. It's like this is where just a bunch of ne'er-do-wells.
Yeah,
all live.
And Batman's never been in a situation like this before, where you're like,
sorry, no, I just saw.
Your
cut out
audio
again.
Cut out. Sorry.
Every time you say something poignant and nuanced,
yeah. It's like, I'm listening. I really want to hear.
Still nothing.
Oh. I'm eating
Now
a
we
rat.
can hear you. Now we can definitely hear you. Oh,
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
There you are.
What I was saying. So.
all right.
Oh well. But I mean, I think you were talking about that you're eating a rat. It's my rat.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear
I kind of
me?
love this. Yeah.
I'm eating a rat. Yeah. But yeah, man, just this was one of my favorite pages.
Yeah.
So wild. Well, because it feels like you're going insane with Batman in the seedy underground of this rookery place.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the depths literally, and the lengths he has to go to find the solution to this. To be like, I have to go into the literal depths of hell to figure out if this is a solution I need to come up with and find any fucking answers I can.
He even says, yeah, he goes, this place is as close to hell as any I've encountered in Gotham.
There you go. Question in the back.
Yeah, Josh?
Yeah, what are these creepy alien-looking blue people? Because at first I thought it was just mannequins in the windows, but then I was like, it feels like they're trying to play it off as actual people.
Yeah.
And you have that one that's like throwing up
and pissing himself or something. Yeah.
I was like, I don't know what this is.
I didn't get that. I'm like, are they drugged out? Like, I don't
know.
I don't even know if I want to know. I think it just adds to the creepiness of like that you don't know. You're like, what is that thing? What is?
Or is he hallucinating? Or he doesn't know? Or his mind is playing tricks on him?
Yeah.
We don't know.
We don't know. He doesn't know. He's just like, I have to get the hell out of here.
Yep.
And then this was creepy too, man. It's like Pompeii. You know, when you see those, figures that are all burned and, almost kind of preserved.
I just love in this entire series the bat signal on his costume. I love it so much. The symbol,
classic.
I love how it's done. It's always prominent. I absolutely love it.
Well, that first. Oh, go ahead, Josh.
I was gonna say there's definitely like a late 70s throughout the 80s, like throwback to a lot of this art styles and how they do things, which I enjoy.
Yes.
Never mind.
What's up?
Nothing.
Did you like this panel, Josh?
It doesn't look like a knee, and it doesn't look like a foot.
Oh, it's definitely morning wood for sure.
I mean, from Batman, that's what I'd expect.
Good morning.
Look at that.
Good afternoon, man.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wayne. Yeah, that would actually be the porno for Buttman. It wouldn't be Batman. I was gonna say, sorry, Josh, you distracted me by Batman's knee.
Sorry.
Oh, the symbol, the bat symbol. It is the cover of issue 1 is just that bat symbol.
Yeah,
and it's perfect. So
it is.
Another really great thing I thought was well done in this book is that instead of doing a flashback to what Alfred is talking about in the underground of the laundromat, they have Alfred and Bruce talking about it as it's happening behind them, like they're watching a scene from a movie almost play out in the background. It's just like, that's brilliant. I love that.
Yeah.
It's so unique and you just don't see that a lot.
Well, and it's like both are descriptive enough, but also not overtly descriptive. When you've got the guy that they're then hanging in public after his face has been like just
bleached,
obliterated with bleach. Yeah.
So good.
Which also, like, you then have to think, like, bleach isn't going to eat through your skin very fast. So they're holding him under for a decent amount of time and pulling him out. Hold him under a decent amount of time, and just over and over again. Like, that's patience and torture.
Yeah.
They'll eventually kill him. But
and then I think probably my favorite page in the book is the Batmobile here. Like the big city in the background, and then the perfect panel layouts of it like coming towards us, but also having like the street frame the Batmobile. It's just, God, it's brilliant. Like
it's an innuendo, so sure.
An innuendo?
Yeah, it's the Brazilian landing strip, and you have the
Oh,
oh, never mind.
oh no.
Oh no, what?
Is that what that is?
I guess I don't know. I'm just saying shit.
Probably there.
It's there. I just, I didn't see the nuance, the subtlety of it. So,
Low key, if you go back up just a little bit,
mhm.
when I saw just a smidge more, when I saw the mask up close like this, I thought they were doing Firefly,
Firefly.
Oh, I could see that.
the
yeah.
villain Firefly, because they were talking about the
Oh.
fires that were taking
Yeah.
place,
Mhm.
and I was like, oh okay, and then I saw the horns, and I was like, oh no, never mind.
Not Firefly.
Yeah, nope.
Oops. No, for Satan.
Oh yeah.
This guy was a Satan guy.
Yeah.
Um,
I love that shot.
Yeah,
this
this-
guy was a Satan guy.
yeah,
I believe we call those Satanists.
Oh yeah, thank you. I didn't know. My brain was not. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is incredible.
Super interesting shot. Like just
Mhm.
visually, my gosh, it's such a interesting perspective.
hmm
And I like too that the rookery is a totally different color. It really does look like you're in hell comparatively to the rest of Gotham.
hmm
And he's like, "Tell me where they are, and I will rid you of the Red Hood gang." And no one wants to answer. All these
Fuck
weird,
you, bitch.
creepo, drug addict, hellish, demonic, dweller under cockroaches, and you're just
Yeah.
like, God, who are these people?
Although I'm torn on whether I like this whole Red Hood connection.
Mm. That's a good point.
Like
That I
I
didn't really think about too much.
I do like the idea of like, oh, back in the day, the Irish mob, this is how they kill people, and because they bled, their skin started bleeding from the bleach. They were referred to as the Red Hood gang. But it's like, how many times do we have to have like a derivative of something? Like,
Every time.
yeah. Like it's not just Red Hood. Red Hood actually had a gang, and they all wore red hoods. That way, you didn't know who the actual leader was of the Red Hood gang.
Perfect.
And then, like, oh, now you've got Jason as Red Hood, but actually, before that, the Irish mob, and it's like, okay, enough.
I love it. Keep going. I love it.
more lore.
It's like a warm blanket. Like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think they actually did enough of it. I wanted more. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I don't even think I really put I don't even think I thought about it because I don't know enough of Batman lore to put the two together and understand that they've done it so many times. So for me, I was just like, I've heard of that. Maybe they think that Batman fans, that's all they understand. They go, I know that thing. That means I like that thing.
I mean, there are a lot of people right now that think Jason Todd is the best Robin ever because he's Red Hood. And I'm like, bro, Jason Todd was the worst Robin.
Agree. Oh,
You mean
duh.
you mean Robin and Batman Jason Todd? This Jason Todd?
Yeah, I love this book, though.
But he's the worst Robin?
I'm saying as what a sidekick should be for Batman, out of the Robins, he was the worst sidekick.
Ooh. That's brutal.
He's the one that like completely went against Bruce.
That's true. I mean, this whole intro, I didn't get to read the full issue, but the whole intro, Bruce is like, "Hey, wait, before you do," and he's like, "I got this," and then he goes, and Bruce is like, "Wait, be careful with this," and he's like, "No, I'm fine. I got this thing." And the whole time, Bruce is like, "Are you okay?" And I guess they have this kind of back and forth, but now. One thing that I noticed, and then I'll hand it over to you guys because I would love to hear y'all's thoughts on this. One thing that I noticed is that I think these are scanned in images from actual like canvas watercolor paper. Like, you can see the texture of the paper, right? I'm not insane.
No, I can see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Dustin. I mean, that's how he does his art. Dustin Nguyen. So like you can buy a lot of his original art, and I like that is him on paper doing his thing.
Nice. Well, I won't speak anymore on this one because I'll let you guys talk about this. But why was this better than all the Batman books this week?
Kyle, I'll let you go ahead.
This I resonated with this one a lot. It is that kind of father-son thing. Like I'm starting to get that now, obviously, in my life. So like having that, being able to see it through that lens now, like having kids and being a dad with a son and like coming at it from that perspective, like this one hit home like 100%. I was like, I get what Bruce is trying to do here when they're going after this guy, and you have your son who thinks like, no, I know what I'm doing. I got this. And he's like, be careful. Don't fucking do this. I'm fucking telling you, like, stop, wait. He's like, no, I'm going to do it. And he fucks up. And then you have that moment with, with Alfred, which is the best scene in this book, hands down. The conversation that they have, that very serious, like, it's Bruce being like, fuck, like, what do I do with this kid? Like, I'm trying. And Alfred's like, well, he's different. He's not you. He's his own, you may have to fucking let him go. Like, he may just be at that point where you just have to give up. And he's like, why I can't do that. Like, you have that.
Is this the scene?
Yeah, this scene right here sells this book 100%. I absolutely love this talk that he has with Alfred about him and being like, I can't give up on him. And Alfred's like, you might have to. Like, and that's a very serious, like, holy shit. You know what you're saying?
Yeah. Wow.
Here, I mean, goddamn, like this is real. Like this felt very real. And it's like, holy shit, what would you do in that situation? Put yourself in that situation. And, you want to do right by this kid and you really want to try to help him and rehabilitate, but at what cost to you and to him? And when he says, I don't know what he needs, it's like, fuck, man. It's Batman saying that. He knows everything. And that struggle.
No, that's a good point. The man who knows his way around every scenario is able to solve every crime, but doesn't know what his own son needs.
Yeah. And, he's like, but Dick, was different and this, and that, it worked for him and I was able to do this, but not everyone's him. Not everyone's you. I mean, you can't treat everybody the same. They're all their own individual person. And then at what point do you do this? And, Alfred's saying there's just something not right about it. It's like, golly, man. It's real.
Josh, did you get the same resonance out of this?
100%. And what I love about this is I feel like part of it is almost like Jeff Lemire doing a commentary to DC Comics themselves, because they've kind of just made all the Robins one same amalgam. Like, they're just the sidekick and they're all this and this and this. And they've kind of abandoned the personalities and the differences in who they are as individuals first. And that's what I love seeing here. But it's a tough. At first, I will say I thought it was a little heavy-handed to a degree in like really trying to push that, like, there's something wrong with Jason. But the way they end this book, I realized that, like, it was a red herring to make you think what happens at the end was Jason before they do that final reveal. And it worked for me. But this is what I think is great. Like, they're reminding you of what makes these characters who they are. And Dick is like meant to be the perfect son. Like, he's the one that comes in, takes Batman's mission, views part of it and goes, hey, I think we could be doing some of this better to make a better world. And that's kind of what Nightwing becomes. And then you have Jason, who's the opposite. Jason is just unhinged and a wild card. And, came from a life of crime, had parents that were criminals, and kind of had this whole thing of like, no one ever really gave him the time of day. So when you've got that line of Alfred telling Bruce, like, maybe you can't help him, that's part of his problem to begin with, is he didn't have anyone there to help him. So you have that really hitting home of like Bruce trying to live with that. Because I think Bruce recognizes it, is he just needs someone to give him a chance. But it's one of those things like he's too old and he's too far gone already. Because even his intentions for wanting to fight crime isn't to better the world. He wants revenge. He's mad at the world for the hand he's been dealt. And that's why he wants to go out there and punch people. But yeah, like there's little things like the first book that they did of Robin and Batman was Dick Grayson. So now we've got the second book that is Jason. So if we're gonna get series of each of the Robins, I am so down.
And they're all
And
by
just
Jeff Lemire.
Jeff Lemire and Dustin Nguyen, yeah.
Yeah.
And then you've got this great,
okay.
great page here towards the end of that first issue.
I love that.
Yeah,
Oh,
Bruce
wow.
just,
Oh my
and then you
gosh.
can't see the dialogue, but the dialogue says, "You're a good boy. You're a good boy."
That's so cool.
Because each one of the Robins, they're orphans in their own right. And
Right.
it's Bruce trying to fix the childhood he never had. So he's trying to bring them into his mission, but also fix him as a child to a degree. So
Damn.
yeah. It's good
A lot
stuff.
of layers. It's great
A
stuff.
lot of layers.
So many layers.
I was about to say this really I need to do I need to do my due diligence before I read this because I feel like this book will get better the more I know about Bat family dynamics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this is still really impactful and I still really love the dynamic between Jason and Bruce. And I'm really the artwork is really unique as well. But I probably need to take the time to just take my time and read through this whole thing and also really get to understand the dynamic between the two of these guys. But
look how good that looks.
That looks awesome. Yeah, it's sick.
I mean, this stuff is why Jeff Lemire, I think, is my favorite, like, far as modern writer. When he does these, he does such a good job. Like, even with Little Monsters, when you deal with this father-son, this parent dynamic, how he's able to write it and weave it into the greater story being told, but also have dialogue that sounds real and believable in scenarios, obviously with characters that are fictitious or vampires that have been around for hundreds or thousands of years, and it still resonates and what it actually means in the greater story being told. It's like to be able to stop and have these dialogues and what they mean with so many different facets with Batman and Robin. It's just unbelievable how he's able to do that and hit on such an emotional level and tell it with all these other layers built into it, like how the characters are in the greater scheme of DC Comics and how, their backgrounds and what this could actually mean and what does this line mean. It's unbelievable what he's able to do. And then he puts out Absolute Flash and it's just like, what is... You
don't like Absolute Flash?
Josh,
I'm not a fan of Absolute Flash at all.
Oh, I think it's just a fun book.
I just think it's completely different from anything that I like about him. Like this stuff is what I really love Jeff Lemire for.
Fair. Because this is what I love Jeff Lemire
Yeah,
for.
I get he wants to try the popcorn stuff and to be out there. It's like, okay, that's great. But I like you for your actual, like, serious dialogue and stuff. Like, I get that.
Telling you.
Yeah, there you go.
Green Arrow.
Yeah.
That's almost kind of how, like, when Jim Zub did that Wolverine book and it was like 25 years, or it was like an anniversary issue of like the lives of Wolverine, right? And it went from inception, from like the origin comic to Weapon X, and then when he gets assigned to Alpha Flight and X-Men and like all the different iterations of Wolverine, right? And Jim Zub actually got to write that. It felt totally different from Conan. Like I was like, Jim Zub wrote this? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Not saying it was bad. I actually liked the issue, but it was just, I was like, I don't even know. It just felt totally different.
Yeah.
So it pains me to say this, but our boy Jem Mint didn't like Robin and Batman.
Well, he's retarded. So
he was like, it wasn't for me, dog. It's gonna be no for me this week, dog.
And that's fine. It could be one of those books where it's like too boring, didn't like it, I don't resonate with it.
Yeah,
I get it. I absolutely get it.
I will say, I think if you have an understanding of the Bat characters, you're gonna take more away from it. And
Agreed.
especially if you're looking at it from the perspective of the last 10 years plus, more and more has been done to take away what separates them as individuals.
So Jeff really gets their dialogue.
It's very clear
done
Jeff
right
gets
here.
it. Yeah, because even in this first one with Dick, like there's a point where, you know, to kind of showcase the difference, they're in the Batmobile, and like Dick didn't listen to Bruce while they were in like operating in the field, and Bruce got onto him, and he took it really hard.
Yeah.
So they're in the car, and like Bruce is pissed because Bruce is like, "You're gonna die if you don't listen." And there's a point where like they're just sitting there. The panel, it's like one panel, they're just sitting there quiet. The next panel, they're sitting there quiet. And the next one, Dick goes, and Bruce goes, "Don't." And then Dick just doesn't talk for the next few pages.
Yeah.
Like he is so beat up. Where Jason's like, "No, I'm not gonna listen to you. Like I already know it." Like so it's showing how different they are, but it's also writing it in the way that Bruce is learning how to be a father from different and honestly, if you are a parent, and I know this is going to sound weird because I'm not a parent, but I've got an older brother. I've got my parents. I've got my older brother that's got 5 kids. Like my brother has not done anything different in how he's parenting his kids. They're all pretty much getting raised the same way. I think as a parent, you get more comfortable, less comfortable when you're like, they ate that off the ground. It's not going to kill them. That's the changes you see. All of his kids are so drastically different from one another. Yeah. And it's not like I think sometimes you're like, what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong with this one? So
with this one.
Well, and you have to look at it. It's like they're adopted kids. So you have that where you have Alfred being like, yeah, just toss them out. All right, you fucked up. Oh well, start over, get somebody else. I mean, like, there's even that layer to it. Of like, okay, how responsible can you be for their actions and their emotions and how they act? Because you can't see it like, oh, it's my fault because it's part of me in there. It's like these are completely different people whom I don't know what their background. It's like you can guess and assume, but nature, nurture, I can try to raise them the same way, but they're going to be their own person at the end of the day.
I think too, we didn't touch on that, just the Bruce Alfred dynamic, because Alfred is a father figure to Bruce in a lot of ways. And I think sometimes Alfred is the one that's always looking out for what can I do to protect Bruce or to make sure he's okay. And I think Alfred's looking at this going, look, I know you want to help this kid because you see yourself in him and you see Dick as well. But all I see is a bad path. Like you're doing something that's extreme in being Batman. So now not only do you have this kid that is a risk and can risk that, but you're taking him out in the field to risk that and also risk himself. So
yeah. Well, when you have that, you ask your parents for help. Like I ask my mom all the time, hey, what do you do here? What do you do here? And you get this advice because it's like, no, you've lived it. You raised kids. You raised me. What did you do in this situation? Then you have a figure that's telling you like, maybe this isn't going to work out. Maybe this is fucked up. And you're just like, what? How could you say that? Like, that's ridiculous. You would never do that to me. And it's like, I mean, big struggle you have.
Yeah.
Again, layers in this fucking book in just a few pages of dialogue.
Man, this is heavy, man. It's making me want to read more. Well, it's making me want to read the book that you have, Josh, the Batman and Robin. But it's also making me want to read more Jeff Lemire to understand kind of how he works through and processes a lot of this stuff, because it sounds like he's very intentional.
Yeah,
which I think is really cool.
Very deliberate.
Yeah, sign of a good writer.
Yes.
Sorry, I just had to pick up from my S. Pellegrino from the pavilions here, so apologize. I just had to run into the fridge real quick. So
how many packs do you buy a week?
One.
Is
1
it like
12 pack?
6-pack?
1 12-pack for the week. Yeah.
Yeah. I made the mistake of buying a 1 6-pack for him for Dallas, and it was gone like morning of day 2, and I was like, bro, I gotta get you some more. He's like, no, you don't have to. And I'm like, Max.
I love me some bubbly.
So I can't do it. It's gross.
Well, it's oh my god. Well, actually, you know what? I can't say that because the first time I had this, I was like, wow, Like, no, what? Ew. But the more I've had it, the more I'm like, I'm obsessed. Because
Yeah.
soda to me tastes like like it's awful. I can't drink soda anymore. But the next best thing,
Yeah.
San Pellegrino. It's just water, baby. Just water.
How do you rate the I guess the three big ones? Perrier, San Pellegrino, and Topo Chico.
Topo Chico's too spicy. Way too spicy. I'm a white boy. So it's like, yeah, it's bro,
It's got more
spicy.
bite to it. It really does have more of a bite to
Like
it.
you drink it and you're like, oh, it's like bubbling in your mouth. So you're like, oh my God, you like choke on the bubbles. It's like, have you ever had, what are those, not the nerds, but the things that Pop Rocks?
Pop Rocks? Okay.
It's like that plus
That's
soda in your mouth, and that's Topo Chico. Plus like tahine. It's
oh my
wild.
God, it's not tight.
Bro, it's spicy. So yeah, Topo Chico's out. But you're forgetting one though. The one that the influencer was drinking. the
Oh,
blue
Saratoga.
bottle. Saratoga.
Never
Yo,
even heard of that shit.
Bro, Saratoga low key may actually be better than Pellegrino.
Whoa.
Okay, I gotta see
It's
if I can find
tough.
some.
D-
I
like,
doubt we have it at my local Walmart, but we might have it at the like one of the Tyler stores.
Saratoga, you can find it at like HEB. I'm sure
I
HEB
wish we
would
had
have it.
HEB had them.
Bro. Heb is
We
the
don't have
best.
a HEB in my. I know. I wish I had a
Yeah.
HEB in my area.
Ugh, bummer.
Bummer.
Gavin says that he likes LaCroix. Oh, so he's a LaCroix boy. Okay, all right.
Yeah, no, can't do that. They've
Can't do
got
it.
an ingredient in there that's in rat poison. So just FYI.
Well, that's why I
not-
switched over, thanks to
Yeah.
Josh, because I was like, I ain't doing this anymore.
Yeah,
Sweet.
no.
Well, now I want it.
Well, I still smoke cigarettes, which has rat poison in it. So I mean, I didn't really do anything to
That's
change.
stuff
but-
you knows in it. God only knows what else.
Yeah. Oh God. But yeah, no, I honestly, I smoke them when I got them, but I don't always go out of my way to have them. So
I remember how shocked I was when I found out you smoked.
you were like, "What the hell is that?"
I
was-
couldn't believe
that
it.
I
I
was-
was like, I was like, ha ha ha, very funny. And you're like, no,
Same.
seriously. I'm like,
and then
because
I pull
I
out
have
a pack and you're like,
never
yeah.
smelled cigarettes on you.
I think it's just because I don't do it a lot, and when I do, it's like already with friends at a bar, and so it just never sticks to me. I don't know, but because it's not like I'm waking up and lighting a heater, or I'm having sex
thing in
and
the
just
morning.
like yeah, it's not on my clothes or anything. Like it just, it's a bad habit I picked up in the Marine Corps, and it's just but.
Again, something else that always bothered me. Even guys in the academy, we'd be running our mile, 2 mile, 3 mile doing CrossFit, and these fucking guys are sitting out there smoking. I'm like, I can't do this. I'm fucking throwing up in a trash can, and you assholes right here smoking fucking cigarettes like it's nothing. It's like, what?
It's like the scene from Old School where
Yes.
Vince
Vaughn
Vaughn
is-
still
Yeah.
holding, and he's got the
Mhm.
cigarette coming out of his mouth. Like that's a lot of my Marines were like that, where they'd like be smoking and running
Yep.
and half drunk, and they're just like, I can do this all day.
Like, all right, boys, let's go. I'm like, fuck you. I'm dying back here. Take
Bro,
it
it's
easy.
hilarious. It's almost like it gives them more fuel.
I think
It's
it
wild.
did. I think it did.
Yeah. That tracks. That or dip. And not Zin, dip.
Dip.
Like They're-
Zen is for
No
pussies.
pouches, actual.
Yeah. No, they were taking that they were hitting the can, taking a freaking chunk, and just they'd take one finger and then throw
Yeah.
that bad boy in there.
Have you ever
Yeah.
seen where people's lips are like getting eaten
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
gone. Yeah.
I will say dip grosses me the fuck out.
Yeah.
If
It
I
smells
had to
good.
choose,
It smells good.
Sure. Cigarettes
Uh,
smell better than dip.
Oh.
unlit cigarettes, yes.
Mm.
Dip has a weird smell to it though.
Oh, it's
Like
almost
you
a
smell the
peppermint.
tobacco.
There's like the
but you smell-
evergreen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
there's-
evergreen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's
That's what you
very
smell the
refreshing.
most, but
But-
refreshing.
Seeing tobacco like all in people's
Mhm.
teeth is just
Ugh. No, see, I can handle that. It's the bottle of
Bottle.
tobacco that they're like,
So
you know.
gross.
Oh,
Hey, baby, you want a kiss?
hey, don't wait, hey, don't want me to just like,
No,
like
this is the thing
Ugh.
that you experience when you grow up in a small ass farm hick town. Is you'll go to the local bar, which ours is called Neon Country.
fun.
No. And you'll have them hammered, and then they'll have dip in their mouth, and they'll start making out with someone, and you're like,
Ooh, no, sir.
yeah, that's so
They
bad.
swap them
Ugh.
out. Yeah.
I don't know.
Kaiser says, I heard Max say cigarette smells better than dick. I mean, they do, but like,
Fair.
not that I'm going around smelling one or the other. So,
Well, I would understand if you were smelling cigarettes. If you're smelling dick, we'd be having a completely different conversation.
exactly. All right. Well, I told these guys that tonight would be a short show, so let's run through these lightning round. Absolute Batman. I'm gonna say skip it. Kyle,
Skip it.
Josh,
Skip it.
Transformers. Absolute recommend. This was my number 2 book of the
Yes.
week.
Yeah,
It is my number 2 book of the week. Yeah.
it's good.
This is
Really good.
super, super good. I'm sorry we didn't get a chance to go over it tonight, but it just gives y'all more incentive to go watch my video right after this, where I talk about it in depth. But dude, Autobots are gonna have to figure some stuff out because they are in trouble.
They got 3 issues.
3, yeah,
Yeah.
and that's it.
I hope his issue 24 is like a extended issue though.
Like a 48
It almost has
pager.
to be. There's so
Yeah,
much they have to wrap
Like
up.
take your time, wrap up your
Yeah.
run. Don't rush it.
The question is, do you think they're going to end on a loss? Or do you think Danny Warren Johnson will do like a happily ever after thing?
Mm.
Daniel, I don't need happily ever after, but he needs to find a way to wrap up his story.
Mm-hmm.
And if you end on a loss, then it feels like the story's incomplete, and that
Yeah.
they need to, like, you feel like they need to come back.
Yeah.
So even if it's not a permanent win, if it's like like we fought back, we've stopped them temporarily, and we've regrouped our forces, I'm okay with that too. But
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with like Optimus needing to sacrifice himself to save something. It's like, okay, sure.
Ooh, that would be a hard loss, though.
Mm.
It'd bring a tear to my eye.
Yeah.
Let's see. I didn't read any of these. Batman Dark Patterns, I'm gonna say, is a total recommend.
recommend.
Death of Silver Surfer
Skip
is a
it.
skip it, but Kyle
No, I'm kidding. This book sucks.
Kyle loves it.
Pick of the week.
Oh no. The tough part is that the art is like, hey, the art's pretty good. Well, the first 4 pages of art is like, it was pretty solid.
Cover's decent, pretty good. I would like the cover. But yeah.
Did you guys read Geiger? I heard this week's Geiger was like impeccable.
I'm
awesome.
behind on Geiger. I gotta catch up.
Me
I've
too.
stopped reading Geiger because he's just a whiny bitch. But
It's gotten
Well,
better. It's gotten
Okay,
much
good.
better.
They brought in a Mrs. Geiger.
oh Jesus Christ.
No, it works. It's
Okay.
Um,
oh yeah, sorry. Did you read another one?
I was just gonna say Aquaman.
Yeah, I read Aquaman. This is the first issue I've read, so I haven't read 1 through 5. I know, but I liked it for what
Yeah.
it was. I thought it was super fun. So
It's Go
It's-
ahead, Kyle.
yeah,
Is this Trident pink?
is it? No,
think it's
silver. Maybe.
I think it's just got energy going through it. I
Yeah,
think
it
it's an
does.
effect for this cover, but yeah. It's
Well,
that pink energy going.
It is the Thalassa, the Tri-Lance Saber. Or
Whatever.
is it or is it the Dark Tide? Yeah. Anyway.
Sure.
No, it was fun.
Okay.
I mean, it's one of those books where it's like You know how you had all those 80s action movies that would come out like every other week, and it's like they're not bad, but they're not like life groundbreaking, right? That's Aquaman. Like it's not the best book of the week, but it's fun.
Okay.
I think you'd feel differently if you had read the other issues.
That's a really good point.
Because he's pulling from a lot of lore to bring into this to do the same thing he kind of did with Green Lantern of like, I have endless stories with endless possibilities that we can tell. Just we're 5 issues in, just hang in there.
Okay, nice.
So type of thing, but yeah.
New Avengers, atrocious.
Yeah, it's so bad,
so dumb.
Oh,
wait, did you say awesome, Kyle?
Yeah.
Oh,
no. Terrible. What are you talking? Dialogue is so fucking awful.
Oh, it's awful. It's Gen Z modernized James Gunn isms.
They're just sucking and fucking all over that goddamn book. I'm like, will you just keep it in your pants, kids?
Keep it in your pants.
Oh, I didn't mind Bucky banging Natasha. I'm talking about them making Laura the bestest ever.
Well, that's obvious because she is.
Yeah,
but
she is.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
They actually have a line of dialogue where Natasha's like, "Do you think she can handle it?" And he goes, "Well, she's the best there is at what she does." And she's like, "Even better than him?" And he goes, "I didn't call him, did I?"
Right.
Do
you want to make out right now? She's like, of course I do.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He's like,
Ease up, because there's like 19-year-olds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least they've got the hormones in 19-year-old.
Yeah. Well, my parents are going to dinner tonight, so you want to come over? Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, no, this was brutal. And then the weird mutant Illuminati, it's like not for me. So Robin and Batman, you guys, this was a skip it for y'all, so
yeah, fuck off.
No, total recommend. Was this your number one of the week, or was this just better than the other Batman books?
That's probably my number one.
Yeah, it's my number one probably so far this year. I would say it was like all time.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, that's high praise.
It is.
We got to get you on some of these side character Bat books. Not necessarily things that are current, but like I could go through and give you some
reading material.
Yeah.
Well, I already got to get through Omega Men and Deathstroke, and then I'll report back. And No Man's Land. So
I would say hold off on No Man's Land. That's going to take you a while.
I've got the Omni. I can shuffle through it a little bit. Supergirl was once again just abysmal.
Yeah, that too.
Somehow where is it? Fire and Ice was worse than Supergirl, because at least Supergirl has like a thick ass, like really gorgeous evil Supergirl that I was like more fond of.
Okay.
But
okay.
I mean that's about the
learning things about Maxi Poo here.
Anything else that we read? I mean, of course, Conan was my number one of the week.
Yep. I'm behind on the Eddie Brock Carnage, but at least the first 2 issues I really liked, so I got to catch up.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what'd you like about him?
Just the kind of like concept. So Eddie took on Carnage to try to control and keep him from killing anyone and everyone, and like basically made a deal like, yeah, cool, I'll let you kill, but we're gonna kill who I determine we're gonna kill, meaning bad people. And Eddie Brock or Carnage is kind of like, all right, cool, like I'm still killing, and then you find out that like no, Carnage is playing Eddie like nobody's business.
Ooh.
And he pretty much slaughters people on this plane. So it was like, oh shit.
Oh, Charles Soule is writing. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But Eddie finds out that he's been blacking out and doesn't realize it. So Carnage has been doing stuff without him realize. Yeah. So yeah.
All right.
It was better than I thought it was going to be. So
You may have just pitched me on it, dude. Because yeah, no, I'm done with the whole. They were doing Venom verse, and then they were doing symbiote verse, and they were doing
Yeah.
Spider Venom symbiote verse, and it was just like, ugh, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Ezekiel said giant size ASM was garbage.
Wow. We loved that book.
Yes, we all read this and all very much loved all
Yes,
of
we
it.
did.
Yeah,
100% approve.
especially the Kevin Smith and Al Ewing stories. So, yeah.
They were the best.
No, unfortunately, Ezekiel, I didn't read this.
I didn't either. Not yet.
No, you run
This
for the hills
was-
from this. You stay away.
64 pages and 8 doll hairs. No thank
It's
you.
Kevin Smith.
I mean, I love Kevin Smith, but for 8 doll hairs, I don't think so.
What?
I don't think so,
You don't
pal.
believe. Al Ewing, Chip Zdarsky, Kevin Smith. What else do you need?
That's
Yeah.
$2 per author, per writer.
Correct.
Or no,
Almost
sorry, that'd
$3.
be like 3.
Almost
Yeah.
3.
It's like your math is not math.
Plus tax. Well, you know.
There you go.
Yeah, Fire and Ice. I was gonna try and read these 3 or these 2, Trinity
No.
and Spider Girl, and then I was like, I have more respect for myself.
So I will say this: Rockin' Robbie, who praises the hell out of Wonder Woman, does not like the backups for Wonder Woman with the feature Trinity. And then he said this is even worse than the backups.
ooh,
Whoa.
well,
Then it's probably
were-
good.
Right.
there's been a total culture war on this book though on League, because if you look at the comments or all the reviews, they're all like, this book is written by a misogynist because the book focuses too much on Steve Trevor. So it's like a reverse assault on woke. It's like so insane, bro. They were all saying like, hold on, is this one? The entire premise of the issue did not focus on Diana at all. It was all, where is Steve? Where is the dead male character? Diana's lore needs men. The way it was written and drawn reduced Diana to being a trad wife accessory, a traditional wife accessory to the dead man, and it's obvious Tom King doesn't know about mother's love or womanly dynamics.
Lies.
Yeah,
He
it's-
captures mommy issues
Oh, yeah.
perfectly.
He
Better
knows
than-
them. Trust me.
Better than anyone, I
He
would say.
knows female energy very.
Yes, yeah. Too well.
God, did you see it got greenlit for him to do his animated Mr. Miracle bullshit?
What?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, it's probably a lot of that was probably going to be scripted from the New Gods film that they were going to do with
Right.
Ava DuVernay or whatever her name is. So
Here's another one. It takes a certain kind of misogyny to make a story about Wonder Woman's daughter about a man featuring 2 more men.
Hell yeah. Fuck
Sounds
you,
based.
women. Sit down.
get
Well,
back
it's
in the
almost like-
kitchen.
They're
Yep.
like, why is Tom King a Republican? Or like, why is he based now? And it's like, no, that's not.
He
no,
loves
you're
Donald Trump. He only
Yeah.
votes for-
He's a
Oh,
misogynist, trad wife lover.
Have
or
y'all-
whatever.
Never seen his meltdowns on Twitter.
Oh,
Oh
God.
no! Do I want to see them now?
I mean,
But it does sound interesting. But yeah, I think
I kind of want to
think-
read this book now.
I know there's a part of me that I'm like, wait, is it good? Like, what if it's good? If Rock and Robbie didn't like it and League of Comic Geeks didn't like it, that means that it's perfect for
Yeah.
us.
probably.
Yes, it is.
Oh well. And then this was just, don't spend $5 on the Dark Phoenix saga when you could buy the trade paperback for just a little bit more and just have an evergreen book that will last you forever.
The real
Um,
story of this.
Yeah,
Bullshit.
exactly. Which is why they had to do an Ivan Talavera variant that looked like this, because they knew no one was actually going to read the inside of the book.
Damn, Marvel approved that?
Bro, that's what, like, and this is a Kamala Khan book.
Mm-hmm.
This is supposed to be for like 12-year-old teeny boppers or whatever.
I'm sold.
Mm-hmm.
Irisham, close your eyes. You cannot look at that. That's more Irish, but whatever. You get it.
Well, you mixed the Irish episode with, because that was the episode of The Irishman. So you're on track. I see what you did there. Yeah, no, man. This thing is hot. This was on all the cover price top 10 lists.
Good.
I mean, rightfully so, but I cannot believe that they were like, "Yep, print it."
Sure. No
for the
changes.
kids book. Yeah, put it in. Looks great. The dominatrix like whip,
on this book.
Whoa. On this book of all books to put that on. It's so confusing. Why would they not put it on like another X title? Or no, because there was another X title that came out this week.
You had Phoenix come out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So,
you had Magic.
Wow.
You had Exceptional.
That Magic
X-Men.
cover is pretty sick, though.
That is.
The Magic covers, honestly, have been pretty rad overall.
Too bad the book is
Awful.
dog shit. Yeah.
But that's what a lot of these are, man. A lot of the covers of these rock, and then the interior. Like, I would never. You're better off buying a print of the artwork, because then you don't have to have the pages attached to an awful book.
Word.
But yeah, this blows my mind. I still don't understand why they did this. I mean, I understand why they did this,
Right.
but it totally contradicts their whole narrative of like, oh, we don't want the male gaze in our not the gaze, the male gaze, not Josh the gaze, but
Hey. Well, I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to play some type of retarded 4D chess where they can be like, boys don't want to buy Kamala Khan. And then like, actually, for this issue, we sold this many copies. And it's like, okay, 2 boys. And they're like, yeah, but 80% of them were this cover. Like,
say cover A or cover B? Which one? Don't worry about that.
Yeah. Well, exactly, because no one is buying Jackson Lanzing and Colin Kelly's stuff, so they have to put a cover that looks like this on it so that they can say like, yeah, they're selling well. It's like no one's reading their stuff though,
because they suck. They have always sucked. They can't write to save their life.
Out of a paper bag, it's impossible. So oh boy. Well, I think we can end on that note then. Any other books that you can think of, or anything else that I didn't mention that you were like, oh no, I wanted to talk about this? Or there was a Marvel Pride special, but I didn't touch that.
Well,
so.
I didn't get to. I
tried. It's better than the DC one.
Is it really?
Yeah. Well, that DC one is I mean, it is the fucking pits.
Maybe. Yeah,
is
it may
it
be the
better
worst book of the
though?
year.
Are we sure? Did you read through the whole thing?
I glanced, and from what I could tell, it looked like they were trying to do something. So I'm like, you know what? This is better than DC. Can't hear you.
Did you read the Captain America of the Railways?
So
yeah.
Isn't that the first story or part of the story? Yeah. So that's the one where you got the home chick going, "Hi, my name's Escapade. I'm one of those headstrong women he was talking about."
Correct.
Got the blue hair.
Yes.
Yeah. It's better, and that is dialogue that is better than what was the guy? You're part of the queer agenda.
Oh yeah, I'm going to shoot you because you're queer.
Oh
yeah, our parts.
Fucking A.
Yeah, you people, you're kind.
I'm getting angry again. I'm about to start flipping tables.
Oh yeah, bro.
Yep. And then Midnighter's like, "Hey, sugar lumps, I'm going to be home soon." Can you?
Hey, sugar cheeks. Like
Yeah.
Bye, babe. Have a nice day at work.
Thanks, dear.
sweetheart.
You too.
Hey, schmoopy. No, you're schmoopy.
No, yours.
That's the whole book.
Yeah, this absolute killer. No, you're schmoopy. Yeah, no, that was abysmal. God, that's
So bad.
how can someone write that and be like, I'm proud of this. I'm proud of my work.
Good stuff.
Yeah. You know what? I wrote for DC. This is what I made.
I want to hear what Pop and Polly thinks about it.
Yeah,
So funny. He's not talking about it like it never came out. That's really interesting.
So weird.
Huh.
2 Pride books, one from DC
Yeah.
and Marvel, came out the past 2 weeks.
Weird. Well, it's almost as if he doesn't want to say something about these books during this month. It's weird. It's interesting.
Yeah.
Like he's avoiding them on purpose.
Because he reviews everything else, right?
Right. Every weird, stupid ass piece of shit indie book that comes out.
Like assorted crisis events.
Yes, he'll dig through a piece of shit pile and find it and be like, "Hey,
Yeah.
I like this book."
But nope, not Pride Month.
Nope, not Pride Month.
Sorry. That means he's not an ally. I mean, either way, he's wrong, right? Because if he doesn't review it, that someone's going to be upset and they're going to be like, why didn't you review this? If he does review it and he doesn't say anything other than it's perfect, he's wrong again.
And if he says it's perfect, everyone knows he's a fucking lying sack of shit.
And so he's kind of...
So it's like, that's what you've done to yourself.
Yeah.
He has done that to himself.
You have done that to yourself.
Yep. So you're a disingenuous asshole because you refuse to review a book because you know it's terrible, but you're afraid of what the mob will say.
I'm wondering what's the worst book so far of 2025? I think it was Assorted Crisis Events 3.
It's definitely up there.
I think that, to me right now, is the worst book I've read all year. It's been 6 months. Almost 6 months.
It's pretty bad.
It was pretty damn awful.
It's pretty bad.
But DC Pride is right up there.
It's right up there.
It's tough.
That will end up on a list. It'll be
for sure.
Oh, they'll
sure.
they'll
Very
be there.
tippy top of the most piece of shit books ever of all time.
Now, the only thing is that if we were to go with our best, Transformers might actually be higher for me this year than it was last year. Because that's
so far it's like it's in my top 10 so far, and it wasn't last year. So
I don't know where it was last year for me, but
that issue 20 with Megatron, my God, where he's bitch slapping Starscream. So good. So
it's great. And this one, when he bitch slapped him again,
I
loved it.
I can too. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Even better. So yeah, if they can wrap this up by 24 or 25, and it's a solid ending, this could be like best book of the year. If they wrap it well.
If they wrap it up, if it sticks the landing, it could.
Maybe. Possibly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Potentially.
But right now, Kyle, you're saying that this Robin and Batman might be one of your top of the year so far.
As far as a book that has resonated with me on a personal level and not just that, but also pertain to the characters and put them in a situation that makes sense and like really delves into who they are. I mean, yeah, easily for sure. It really hit me, and it's going to stick with me for a very long time.
I'm glad to hear that because it's very rare that we get good Batman books.
Right.
They really stick with you.
And
like
it's even more rare to have a book that just sits with you and makes you think.
Yeah.
And just like Bear Pirate Viking Queen, I know I keep bringing that up, but like books that like really make you like, fuck, I have to reread this again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It's a good point. So, Joshy Poo, do you have a top book that you're enjoying the most right now, or like a series? Maybe not a single issue, but like a series or anything.
I don't know, because I'm in a weird spot. I was thinking about this the other day because I was like, oh, let me think back on the book so far this year. Because we did what are the top books so far for Wes's channel, and I feel like there are more books that I'm enjoying, but I don't have like single books that I'm like, oh, I just absolutely have to pick this up and read this right now.
Yeah.
So
a car book is what you call them. When you pick them up from the LCS and you take it out of the bag and board and you read it in your car because you're like, I need to read this immediately. But,
indeed.
Yeah, those are hard to come by. I thought you were going to say Uncanny X-Men because of how well, Gail Simone writes Rogue and Gambit,
So good.
Obvious.
Too good.
I think one of the biggest questions I had is like, but why? What if the comic is focusing on the other team, the weird misfit team, and not Gambit and Rogue? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But maybe it's a question for him next time. So
ask it next time. I'm sure you'll get a very good answer.
Yeah. I mean, I wanted to be like, oh, is this why the Rippa books are so fucking shitty? Is because you have such a shitty fucking take on comics?
When he said that, it makes perfect fucking sense. I'm like, and there's your answer.
Ultimate Spider-Man, Uncanny X-Men. There's
the worst issue of Ultimate Spider-Man. An issue that's fucking dog shit.
I thought the
God damn it, dude.
Yeah.
The one where they're sitting around at a fucking dinner party. It is so stupid. God.
I thought and it wasn't Marco Cicchetto.
Nope.
I thought the worst one was when they were in the sauna together, right? When they're sitting in the sauna and then they're at the bar.
Get the gay vibes with those two in a sauna in New York City.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, sure, we get it.
Could be saying something. I don't know.
I'm not going back and rereading them, but
oh no. I think I had Ultimate Spider-Man as my number 10 of my worst books last year. I gotta go back and check. But I purposely put it there just to make people like because I knew it'd ruffle some feathers. So
I gotta see. Hold on, do I have that Excel spreadsheet still?
I mean, the stream is still up. You can still go pull up the.
It's a lot of work.
You're like, I don't want to watch your video.
Homie, don't play that. What are you talking about?
You want to give me the views? Come on, I need that 3 cents of monetization when that
bot farming. What is this shit?
All right, I need you guys to watch 30 minutes of my video. This week was I think this week actually I could say that this had high highs and low lows and actually mean it this week. Because we had Robin and Batman Dark Patterns, Conan, and Transformers.
Yeah.
That's pretty solid.
It was a solid week.
Yeah. And then next week is Battle Beast. Battle Beast is back.
Yeah.
Even though
which we've read.
Yes. How do we read that?
I don't know.
I still think that you took a lighter and you sealed the package and there's part of me that I'm like, that was performative. He pulled that on purpose.
You're really going to give me that much credit for that?
There's no way that we pulled that live on stream as the last bag.
I'm telling you, if I could have scripted it any better, I would have.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't make it up. Comics are just, how can you not be romantic about comic books? That's just how it is.
That's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it'll go down as the top moment. There you go, guys. Vote that as the top Battle Beast ripping moment of 2025 on YouTube. Vote for this channel for that.
Yep, for the unbox or for the blind bag opening.
Yep.
Of the extremely hyper rare, exclusive variant of issue number 2.
Yep, best moment on YouTube ever for comic books. Vote
the more you vote, the more the upvotes, and that'll get the algorithm to vote us so that we can be nominated for the award.
Indeed.
Woo.
Yay!
even though I think it's definitely over. So.
I have no idea.
Oh man. Ooh, yeah, this is interesting. Kaiser says not releasing blind bags for issue 2 is truly a bad idea. Are they missing out on the more moolah?
The more cha-ching? Maybe.
They're making more. They're already on the 3rd print of issue 1, so they're going to be making money
I still have
there.
a sealed one. Do I open it up? Do I open up if I have a blind bag? It's not open yet.
I hate that thought process so much because it's going to be a shit book again.
How do you know? I could be the 1 in 1,000.
We got to end on a high note.
Okay.
Well, next week we'll go over Battle Beast and G.I. Joe, and I think one other. Oh, Weapon X-Men comes out. So there are a ton of fun ones next week that hopefully should be fun to review. But yeah, thanks for a fun night, guys. Yeah, this was a good time, and we got a ton of. I think we got a ton of reviews out of the way because, like I said, there wasn't too much in the news this week other than that crowdfunding debacle, but. Man, it feels like every week there's something new with crowdfunding or Rip a Send or something.
And it's not good. It's never good.
No. It's not like, man, this campaign is a good story, great art, will be on time, and it's priced effectively. It's like,
and it got fulfilled. Look at this. This is a good book.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Slab the bagged version of Battle Beast. It's a 9.8.
I don't think I don't think you can.
Yeah. Because if they could, they would have done that for Midnight Suns back in the day.
Yeah.
All the polybagged Midnight Sun stuff. So.
Yep.
But yeah. All that being said, have a wonderful weekend. It's Father's Day. So hopefully this guy is doing something fun, or maybe you're just relaxing.
I'm telling my wife, shut the fuck up all day. You do not talk to me. I'm just kidding.
You don't look at me. You don't even breathe in my direction
at all. You keep this fucking kid away from me.
He's out of here. But yeah, so for all of you fathers out there, enjoy your Father's Day. Dang, I didn't even bring that up at the beginning of the stream. I'm sorry, but
wow.
I know. I did it for Memorial Day.
Second class citizen here. Believe that.
Yeah.
I love my dads. So, or not. I don't have 2 dads, but I love all my dads out there. But yeah, no, love Father's Day. It needs to be recognized more often. And no, if you are a single mom, you're not a Father's Day. That doesn't track. So yeah, sorry.
Wow.
I know. Harsh for me to say, but it's gotta. Someone's got to say it. So. But yeah, have a wonderful Father's Day weekend, guys. Thank you all again for all the generous super chats. We got like 5 different ones from y'all this tonight. Rudy, Comics Exposed, Salty Traveling Sea, Kaiser, and Lord Tatman. Thank you guys again for your generous donations. Goes right back into the show, and we will see y'all next weekend. Take care.